They wore bells, told jokes, and danced for kings, but behind the laughter was a life full of fear, humiliation, and danger. Tonight, we step into the royal courts of old, where jesters weren't just entertainers, they were walking tightropes between humor and execution. Mock too much, and you'd vanish. Please too little, and you'd be replaced. This wasn't comedy. It was survival dressed in motley. If softly spoken stories of strange jobs and silent suffering help ease your restless thoughts, then welcome to the court of forgotten lives. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to explore more twisted roles, royal rules, and the hidden truths history left in the shadows, one gentle night at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. In the early 16th century, amidst the lavish halls of the French court, there existed a man whose entire existence was a precarious balancing act between fame and fatality. Nicolas Ferial, better known to history as Triboulet, was perhaps the most celebrated and imperiled court jester of Renaissance France. His name derived from the French word tribulation, signifying trouble or affliction, an eerily appropriate moniker for a man whose life would be defined by both causing and narrowly escaping trouble of the most lethal variety. Born in 1479, Triboulet came into the world with distinct physical characteristics that set him apart from the beginning. Historical accounts describe him as having an unusually small head, a hunched back, and spindly legs, features that in the merciless social hierarchy of Renaissance Europe might have relegated him to a life of poverty and ridicule. Yet these very peculiarities would ultimately pave his way into the most prestigious chambers of French royalty. The Europe of the late 15th and early 16th centuries was a world where physical difference was often marginalized, but paradoxically also commodified for entertainment. While most individuals with physical abnormalities might find themselves objects of public scorn, a select few, those who possessed the rare combination of wit, timing, and sheer audacity, could transform their differences into entry tickets to the most exclusive circles of power. For Triboulet, the journey to royal favor began not in the resplendent palaces of Paris, but in the more modest court of Louis XIII, who ruled France from 1498 to 1515. It was there that the young man first demonstrated his uncanny ability to provoke laughter through a combination of physical comedy and verbal dexterity. The royal records of Louis XIV's reign make sparse mention of Triboulet, suggesting that while he may have entertained the king, he had not yet risen to the status of a celebrated court personality. The daily existence of a novice court jester in this era was far from glamorous. Living quarters were often cramped and shared with other servants. Meals were taken in the lower halls and compensation was meager and irregular. More significantly, a jester at this level had not yet earned the protection that came with royal favor. A perilous position in a world where offending the wrong nobleman could result in a beating or worse. For Triboulet, the true transformation in status came with the ascension of Francis I to the French throne in 1515. Francis, a young, charismatic monarch with a passion for the arts and humanities, became one of the defining figures of the French Renaissance. He was a patron of Leonardo da Vinci, a builder of magnificent chateaux, and importantly for our story, a monarch with an appreciation for wit and entertainment that bordered on the indulgent. Under Francis I, the French court reached new heights of opulence and ceremony. Banquets would stretch for hours, featuring elaborate courses, musical performances, and theatrical spectacles. It was in this environment that Triboulet found his true stage. Contemporary accounts describe how the jester, would sometimes emerge unexpectedly during state dinners, mimicking the mannerisms of self-important ambassadors or performing physical feats that seemed impossible given his physical limitations. What separated Triboulet from ordinary entertainers, however, was not merely his ability to provoke laughter, but his keen understanding of the political undercurrents that flowed through the court. In an age before newspapers or public broadcasts, the court jester often served as a unique conduit of information. Triboulet, moving freely between the king's chambers and the servants' quarters, absorbed gossip, secrets, and political machinations that would have remained hidden from the monarch himself. By 1520, 5 years into Francis's reign, Triboulet had secured a position as the king's favoured jester. Unlike his early days under Louis XV, he now enjoyed improved accommodations, regular stipends, and custom-made clothing that accentuated rather than disguised his physical peculiarities. Contemporary paintings show him in vibrant colours, reds, greens, and yellows, with a cap adorned with bells that would announce his presence before he entered a room. But the life of a celebrated court jester was not without its complexities. While Triboulet had certainly elevated his social and economic standing, he had also entered into a uniquely dangerous social contract. The very purpose of his existence at court was to entertain the king and his nobles through provocative, often outrageous behaviour that would be severely punished if performed by any other courtier. This arrangement, what historians sometimes call the jester's privilege, allowed Triboulet to speak truths that others dared not utter. When Francis I was considering a disastrous military campaign in Italy, it was reportedly Triboulet who quipped, "I see many fools eager to go to Italy, but I fear I shall see fewer return." Such candid commentary from a traditional adviser might be considered treasonous. From the lips of Triboulet, it was merely amusement. Yet this privilege was neither absolute nor consistently applied. The boundaries of acceptable jesting remained nebulous, subject to the king's mood, the political climate, and the specific targets of the jester's barbs. Triboulet existed in a state of perpetual jeopardy, never entirely certain whether his next joke would earn him a gold coin or a trip to the dungeon. By the mid-1520s, Triboulet had become more than merely an entertainer. He was a fixture of Francis I's court, recognizable to foreign dignitaries and domestic nobles alike. His name began to appear in diplomatic correspondence, with one Venetian ambassador noting, "The king keeps a certain deformed fellow called Triboulet, whose words, though seemingly foolish, often contain wisdom that surpasses that of his learned counsellors." The physical toll of a jester's life was considerable. Records suggest that Triboulet, already disadvantaged by his congenital conditions, suffered from various ailments likely exacerbated by the demands of his profession. Court jesters were expected to perform regardless of personal health, often engaging in physically taxing spectacles in cold, draughty castle halls. Triboulet's hunched back, according to medical historians, likely caused him chronic pain that he would have been forced to disguise beneath a veneer of perpetual mirth. Beyond the physical demands, the psychological burden of serving as a court jester must have been equally weighty. To constantly walk the tightrope between amusing and offending, to calibrate one's performance to the ever-shifting moods of a powerful monarch, to wear the mask of foolishness while possessing a keen understanding of court politics, these were the unseen labours that defined Triboulet's existence. As the 1520s gave way to the 1530s, Francis I's court became embroiled in increasingly complex political and religious tensions. The Protestant Reformation was spreading across Europe. Francis's rivalry with Holy Roman Emperor Charles V intensified, and domestic religious dissent threatened the stability of the realm. In these turbulent times, the role of the court jester evolved from mere entertainer to something approaching an informal advisor, a trend that would place Triboulet in ever more precarious positions. It was during this period that Triboulet began to demonstrate the full extent of his wit and daring. According to contemporary accounts, he developed a system of coded jokes and gestures through which he could communicate sensitive information to the king in public settings without alerting others to the serious nature of his message. This clandestine communication method reputedly allowed Francis to receive updates on courtiers' loyalties or foreign ambassadors' true intentions while appearing to merely enjoy his fool's antics. By 1535, Triboulet had served Francis I for 20 years, an exceptionally long tenure for a court jester. Most in his profession enjoyed far briefer periods of royal favour before being replaced by newer, more novel entertainers or falling victim to a poorly received jest. Triboulet's longevity spoke not only to his talents, but also to his ability to navigate the treacherous waters of court politics. Yet it was precisely this longevity and perhaps the complacency it bred that would lead Triboulet toward his most dangerous confrontation with royal authority. After decades of pushing boundaries and testing limits, after countless narrow escapes and forgiven transgressions, the aging jester would soon discover that even the king's favourite fool was not immune to the consequences of overstepping the invisible line between amusing irreverence and unforgivable insolence. As we contemplate the life of Triboulet up to this pivotal moment, a question emerges. In a profession where provocation was not merely permitted but expected, how could one know when one had gone too far? What invisible threshold separated the jest that brought royal laughter from the jest that brought royal wrath? And when that threshold was crossed, what hope could there be for a man whose entire identity was built around challenging the very authority that now threatened to destroy him? By the mid-1530s, Triboulet had mastered the delicate art of court jesting, a profession that required not only comedic timing, but an intricate understanding of power dynamics, personal sensitivities, and shifting political alliances. Each day presented a new performance, a fresh calculation of risk and reward. For Triboulet, now in his late 50s, this constant vigilance had become second nature, a survival instinct honed through decades of close calls and narrow escapes. The daily routine of a royal jester in Francis I's court followed a somewhat predictable pattern. Triboulet's mornings typically began early, often before the king himself had risen. These quiet hours provided valuable time for gathering intelligence from servants and guards who had been on duty through the night. Had the king slept well? Were there unexpected visitors? Had any significant dispatches arrived from abroad? This information was crucial for calibrating the day's performances. By mid-morning, Triboulet would be summoned to attend the king during his levée, the elaborate ceremony of the monarch's rising and dressing for the day. This was often Triboulet's first opportunity to gauge Francis's mood and to offer light distractions if the king seemed troubled. A well-timed quip about a pretentious nobleman or a physical comedy routine involving the king's overly elaborate clothing could set a positive tone for the day, or backfire spectacularly if misjudged. Contemporary accounts from courtiers' journals and diplomatic correspondence reveal that Triboulet possessed an uncanny ability to read the emotional temperature of a room. Jean de Saint-Maury, ambassador to the Holy Roman Empire, once observed, "The king's fool seems to know what each man in the room is thinking before they themselves are aware. It is as though he carries a map of all hearts and minds concealed beneath his motley coat." The majority of Triboulet's day was spent in close proximity to the king, attending council meetings, diplomatic receptions, hunting excursions, and meals. During formal affairs, he often positioned himself slightly behind the king's chair, ready to whisper observations or provide distractions when tensions rose. This physical positioning itself reflected the jester's paradoxical status, ever present yet slightly removed, influential yet officially powerless. One particularly dangerous aspect of Tribulet's role was his involvement in diplomatic affairs. Foreign ambassadors approached the French court with careful preparation, armed with rehearsed speeches and strategic negotiation points. The presence of an unpredictable jester who might puncture their dignity or highlight the inconsistencies in their arguments presented a significant complication. Yet Francis Thistles deliberately kept Tribulet present during such meetings, using the jester's reactions as a gauge for the authenticity of foreign representatives. In 1536, during particularly tense negotiations with imperial ambassadors regarding territorial disputes in Italy, Tribulet reportedly provided a moment of diplomatic breakthrough through his unconventional methods. When discussions had reached an impasse, with neither side willing to compromise, Tribulet suddenly entered the chamber, wearing a makeshift costume that mimicked the elaborate dress of both French and imperial nobles, split perfectly down the middle. As recounted by a witness, the visual absurdity of this display, combined with Tribulet's exaggerated performance of trying to walk while pleasing both sides, broke the tension and allowed negotiations to resume on a more productive footing. Such successes, however, were balanced by constant perils. Court records indicate that Tribulet survived at least 3 serious attempts on his life by offended nobles during his tenure with Francis Thistles. The first occurred in 1522 when the Duc de Bourbon, angered by a joke implying cowardice during a recent military campaign, allegedly ordered his men to teach the hunchback the cost of a loose tongue. Tribulet escaped by seeking shelter in the king's private chambers, where even the powerful duke dared not follow. The second attempt came in 1528, following a particularly barbed performance during which Tribulet had mimicked the romantic pursuits of several married courtiers. According to palace records, Tribulet was ambushed while returning to his quarters late at night, suffering a knife wound to his shoulder before guards intervened. Francis Thistles' response was telling. Rather than investigate the assault, he simply assigned 2 guards to accompany Tribulet at all times, tacitly acknowledging that such attacks were an occupational hazard for a man whose job was provocation. The third and perhaps most serious threat came from an unexpected quarter, the clergy. In 1533, during the height of religious tensions in France, Tribulet performed a skit that parodied certain Catholic ritual practices. While Francis, I found the performance amusing, the Cardinal of Lorraine did not. Court records indicate that the Cardinal lobbied aggressively for Tribulet to be tried for heresy, a charge that could result in burning at the stake. Only Francis's direct intervention, reclassifying the performance as foolishness without malicious intent, saved the jester from this fate. Despite these dangers, or perhaps because of them, Tribulet continued to refine his craft. His performances evolved from simple physical comedy and wordplay to sophisticated satire that addressed the most pressing issues of the day. By the late 1530s, he had developed a repertoire of recurring characters and scenarios that allowed him to comment on matters ranging from taxation policies to religious reforms. One of his most famous recurring bits was the Council of Fools, in which he would adopt the personas of various royal advisers, exaggerating their most obvious characteristics: the treasurer's miserliness, the general's bloodthirst, the bishop's hypocrisy. Through these caricatures, Tribulet could present Francis with alternative perspectives on policies being considered, all under the guise of entertainment. This technique proved particularly valuable during the Franco-Imperial War of 1536-1538. As military setbacks mounted and resources dwindled, Francis's traditional advisers became increasingly reluctant to deliver bad news or suggest unpopular but necessary measures. Tribulet, protected somewhat by his role as jester, could and did broach these sensitive topics through his performances. In one documented instance from February 1537, when Francis was considering depleting the royal treasury for one final major offensive, Triboulet performed his treasurer character with exaggerated panic, frantically counting imaginary coins while wailing about future generations wearing wooden shoes because their inheritance had been squandered. The message that financial prudence might be wiser than military glory was delivered without the direct insult that would have accompanied the same advice from an official counselor. The effectiveness of such indirect counsel depended entirely on Francis's willingness to discern the serious message beneath the comic presentation. As the king aged and faced mounting challenges both domestic and foreign, his relationship with Triboulet grew increasingly complex. Records suggest that by the late 1530s, Francis sometimes resented the jester's ability to identify and expose uncomfortable truths, yet still valued the unique perspective he provided. A particularly perilous moment in their relationship occurred in 1538, during negotiations for the Truce of Nice, a temporary peace agreement with Emperor Charles V. Francis, eager for a diplomatic victory, had agreed to terms that many at court considered disadvantageous to French interests. During a celebratory banquet following the signing, Triboulet reportedly performed a wordless skit in which he mimicked a man enthusiastically trading a fine sword for a broken stick. The implication that Francis had secured peace at too high a cost was clear to all present. According to the memoirs of Martin du Bellay, a French soldier and chronicler, Francis's response was chilling. The king's countenance darkened like a storm cloud, and he spoke not a word to his fool for 10 days thereafter. Many at court believed Triboulet's favour had finally reached its end. This extended silence represented perhaps the greatest danger Triboulet had faced. The withdrawal of royal protection would leave him vulnerable to all the enemies he had accumulated over decades of mockery. To restore himself to favour, Triboulet employed a strategy that demonstrated his psychological acuity. Rather than apologize directly, which would acknowledge a serious offense rather than a jest, he gradually reduced the barbed nature of his performances, focusing instead on harmless physical comedy and gentle wordplay. Simultaneously, he directed increasingly pointed mockery toward those courtiers known to have opposed the truce, effectively recasting himself as an ally rather than a critic of the king's policy. This calculated approach succeeded, with Francis gradually warming to his Jester once more. By late 1538, Triboulet had fully regained his position, though perhaps with a sharper understanding of its limitations. The years 1539 and 1540 marked a period of relative stability in Triboulet's career. Francis, now in his mid-40s, and increasingly troubled by health issues including a painful fistula, came to rely on his Jester, not just for political insights but for personal comfort. Contemporary accounts describe how Triboulet would sit with the king during his painful medical treatments, distracting him with elaborate stories and observations. This intimate access to the king during vulnerable moments further elevated Triboulet's status at court, while simultaneously increasing the jealousy of traditional courtiers. The Duke of Norfolk, an English visitor to the French court in 1540, observed, "The king's fool enjoys greater privilege than his dukes, speaking freely in situations where they must measure every word and receiving attention when they are ignored." In many ways, this period represented the zenith of Triboulet's influence, but with this influence came escalating risk. The more valuable he became to Francis, the more dangerous he appeared to those who competed for royal favour, and the more comfortable he grew in his position, the more likely he became to overestimate the extent of his protection. By late 1541, now over 60 years old and having served the French crown for more than 3 decades, Triboulet might have expected to ease into a more secure retirement. Indeed, there are indications in court records that Francis had discussed making arrangements for his aging Jester, potentially including a small property and pension that would allow him to live out his remaining years in modest comfort. Yet, before such arrangements could be finalized, Triboulet would commit the most notorious and nearly fatal misstep of his long career. The exact details vary slightly between accounts, but the essential elements remain consistent. During a moment of attempted levity, Triboulet physically struck King Francis the Jester on his royal backside. In the highly formalized world of the 16th century, court, where elaborate protocols governed even the simplest interactions with the monarch, physically touching the royal person without explicit invitation was an extraordinary transgression. That this touch took the form of a slap and was directed at such an undignified area elevated the offence to potentially treasonous dimensions. Francis's immediate reaction was one of cold fury rather than hot rage, in many ways a more dangerous response. According to chronicles of the time, the king did not shout or order immediate punishment, but instead fixed Triboulet with a stare that, as one witness described it, would have frozen the Seine in August before silently leaving the room. In the tense days that followed, the court buzzed with speculation. Would the Jester, who had survived countless controversies, finally face execution? Had decades of loyal service earned him any clemency? Or had he at last discovered the uncrossable line in the sand, physical disrespect toward the embodiment of French sovereignty? As Triboulet awaited his fate, segregated from the court and confined to his quarters, he must have reflected on the precarious path that had led him to this moment. From a marginalized figure with few prospects to the confidant of kings, his journey had been extraordinary, but was it now approaching a premature and violent conclusion? The answer to that question would depend not only on Francis's judgment, but on Triboulet's own resource, his quick wit, which had extricated him from countless prior predicaments. As the king deliberated on an appropriate punishment, the aging Jester prepared for what would be either his final performance or his greatest escape yet. What form would this decisive encounter take, and could even Triboulet's legendary cleverness save him from the consequences of laying hands on the sacred person of the king? After days of anxious seclusion, Triboulet was finally summoned to appear before King Francis I. The mood in the royal chamber was somber, with none of the usual banter that typically characterized interactions between the monarch and his fool. Francis sat rigid on his ornate chair, surrounded by several stone-faced advisers, while guards positioned themselves strategically around the room, a clear indication that this was no ordinary audience. According to Jean de Saint-Maury, who left one of the most detailed accounts of the confrontation, Francis spoke first, his voice controlled but edged with menace. "You have served me long and well, Triboulet, but even the most faithful dog may bite once too often. For striking the sacred person of your king, you have earned death 100 times over." The usual protocols of court would have required Triboulet to prostrate himself, to beg forgiveness with tears and protestations of loyalty, but Triboulet had not survived decades as a court jester by following usual protocols. Instead, he reportedly maintained a peculiar dignity, standing as straight as his hunched frame would allow. "Your Majesty," he responded, "I acknowledge my grave error. In my foolishness, I mistook you for the Queen." This response, outrageous, improper, and perfectly calibrated to shock, represented either the height of recklessness or the pinnacle of psychological insight. By offering not a genuine apology, but an even more scandalous jest, Triboulet effectively reset the terms of the interaction, moving it from the realm of treason back into the familiar territory of foolery, however extreme. Contemporary accounts describe a moment of terrible silence following this remark, during which courtiers visibly recoiled, certain they were about to witness an execution. Francis's face reportedly flushed deep crimson, his hands gripping the arms of his chair with such force that his knuckles whitened. And then, In a reaction that has puzzled historians for centuries, the king laughed. It began as a snort, nearly stifled, then expanded into a full-throated laugh that seemed to release weeks of accumulated tension. "Only you, Triboulet," Francis eventually managed to say, between peals of laughter. "Only you would escape the headsman by offering him a better reason to take your head." This moment of levity did not, however, equate to a full pardon. When Francis regained his composure, he made clear that some punishment was still required. "Nevertheless, you have committed an offence that cannot go unanswered. I hereby sentence you to death." Before Triboulet could respond, Francis added, "However, in recognition of your long service, I grant you the privilege of choosing the manner of your execution." Here again, Triboulet demonstrated the quick thinking that had preserved him through countless perilous situations. Without hesitation, he replied, "Then, sire, I choose to die of old age." This response, combining impudence with undeniable cleverness, represented Triboulet's masterpiece, the culmination of a lifetime spent testing and manipulating the boundaries of power. By choosing death by old age, he had identified a loophole in the king's offer that could not be closed without the monarch appearing either cruel or foolish. Francis's reaction is described variously in different accounts. Some claim he immediately burst into fresh laughter and declared the sentence commuted. Others suggest a period of contemplation before he reluctantly acknowledged being outmaneuvered by his own Jester. The most detailed account from Cardinal Jean de Belay's correspondence indicates that Francis initially attempted to rescind his offer, only to be reminded by his advisers that a royal promise, once given, could not be withdrawn without significant loss of face. Ultimately, Francis settled on a compromise. Triboulet would be banished from court and from France itself, permitted to live but forced to seek his fortune elsewhere. This punishment, exile rather than execution, allowed the king to maintain his authority while acknowledging the cleverness of his jester's response. Triboulet's banishment in 1542 marked not only his personal removal from the French court, but also symbolized a broader transition in courtly entertainment. As the Renaissance progressed, the traditional role of the court jester was gradually being supplanted by more formal theatrical performances and professional actors. Triboulet represented perhaps the last great practitioner of the medieval jester. Tradition in France, a tradition that balanced entertainment with a unique form of truth-telling. The details of Triboulet's life after banishment remain somewhat obscure. Several historical records suggest he found refuge in the Duchy of Lorraine, where the Duke, impressed by his reputation, offered him a position of significantly reduced status, but sufficient to maintain a basic standard of living. Other accounts claim he travelled as far as the Italian city-states, where the tradition of commedia dell'arte was beginning to flourish, and where his experiences might have influenced early practitioners of that theatrical form. What is clear from the limited available documentation is that exile took a significant toll on the aging jester. Removed from the environment in which he had spent most of his adult life, separated from the power dynamics he had learned to navigate with such precision, Triboulet reportedly fell into periods of melancholy, an ironic fate for a man whose profession had been the cultivation of mirth. A letter, dated 1545, purportedly from Triboulet to a former colleague at the French court, offers a poignant glimpse into this period. "I who once made a king laugh now struggle to smile. The jest falls flat without the jeopardy, the wit withers. Without the whetstone of danger, I have my life, but what life is this where safety brings such silence?" The final years and ultimate fate of Triboulet remain subjects of historical debate. The most credible accounts suggest he died in Nancy, Lorraine, sometime around 1550, in relatively modest circumstances but not in abject poverty. No record exists of a reconciliation with Francis I, who himself died in 1547, suggesting that the king's banishment decree remained in effect until the end of both their lives. Tribulet's legacy, however, extended far beyond his death. His exploits, both verified and apocryphal, became staples of French folklore. His clever retorts were collected and published in jest books that circulated throughout Europe. Authors and playwrights found inspiration in his life, most notably Victor Hugo, whose play Le Roi s'amuse, 1832, featured a character based on Tribulet, later adapted by Giuseppe Verdi for his opera Rigoletto, 1851. The enduring fascination with Tribulet stems not merely from his witticisms, but from what his life represents, the complex interplay between power and its critique, between privilege and precarity. As a jester, Tribulet occupied a unique position in the rigid social hierarchy of Renaissance France, simultaneously elevated by his proximity to the king and vulnerable due to the very nature of his role. His story reveals much about the boundaries of speech in pre-modern societies. Before concepts like freedom of expression were codified in law, figures like Tribulet carved out fragile spaces in which certain truths could be spoken, albeit disguised as jest. This function, the capacity to articulate what others dared not say, made the court jester not merely an entertainer, but a crucial safety valve within autocratic systems. Yet Tribulet's life also illustrates the extreme personal cost of serving as such a safety valve. The constant vigilance required to navigate court politics, the physical dangers from offended nobles, the psychological strain of performing during personal crises, the lack of genuine security despite decades of service, all these elements made the jester's privilege a double-edged sword. Modern parallels to Tribulet's position exist in political satirists, comedians who specialize in social commentary, and media figures who use humor to address power. Like Tribulet, these contemporary truth-tellers often walk a tightrope between incisive critique and career-ending offense. The difference, crucially, is that modern democratic societies offer legal protections for speech that were entirely absent in 16th-century monarchies. As we reflect on Tribulet's remarkable journey from deformed outsider to royal confidant to exiled elder, we might wonder, was the price he paid for his moments of influence and immortality too high? Did the fleeting power to make kings laugh compensate for a lifetime of insecurity and an old age of isolation? Perhaps the most fitting epilogue to Tribulet's story comes not from historical records, but from a French proverb that emerged in the decades following his death. The king's jester tells more truth than the king's advisers and faces more danger for doing so. In those simple words lies the paradox that defined not only Tribulet's existence, but the entire profession of the court jester, a paradox of privileged vulnerability, of licensed transgression, of wisdom disguised as folly. In our modern world, where speech is theoretically protected but increasingly contested, Tribulet's legacy invites us to consider the vital role of those who use humor to speak uncomfortable truths, the personal risks they assume in doing so, and our collective responsibility to distinguish between offensive nonsense and necessary critique disguised as jest. For in the final analysis, Tribulet's greatest achievement was not simply surviving in a dangerous profession, but using that profession to introduce perspectives that might otherwise have remained unspoken in the rarefied air of power. If democracy depends, as some suggest, on the free circulation of ideas, then perhaps we owe more than we realize to those historical figures who found ways to speak when speech itself was dangerous, those, like Tribulet, who risked everything for the momentary freedom of a well-placed joke. What unintended lessons might today's powerful figures learn from this 16th century relationship between a king and his jester? And in a world where truth often seems increasingly relative, could we benefit from more, rather than fewer, of those willing to play the fool in service of honesty? In the village of Oakham in Rutland, England, during the summer of 1619, a child was born who would defy expectations in every possible way. Geoffrey Hudson entered the world as the son of a humble butcher, John Hudson, and his wife. While his birth itself was unremarkable, what soon became apparent was anything but ordinary. Geoffrey was growing at an astonishingly slow rate. By age 7, when most children would have reached approximately 4 feet in height, Geoffrey stood at a mere 18 inches tall. Medical historians now believe Geoffrey suffered from a rare form of dwarfism caused by a pituitary gland disorder, specifically a growth hormone deficiency. Unlike some forms of dwarfism that result in disproportionate body parts, Geoffrey's condition left him perfectly proportioned, a miniature human being with all features in exact but diminutive scale. This peculiarity would ultimately transform what might have been a life of obscurity into one of extraordinary visibility, privilege, and danger. The early 17th century was a time when physical differences were viewed through a complex lens of superstition, religious interpretation, and emerging scientific curiosity. Individuals with unusual physical characteristics often faced cruel treatment, at best becoming objects of public curiosity, at worst being discarded or hidden away by families ashamed of their existence. For the Hudson family, however, Geoffrey's condition was approached with pragmatism rather than shame. John Hudson, recognizing his son's unique situation, sought to secure Geoffrey's future in one of the few ways available to someone of their social standing. By 1626, when Geoffrey was 7 years old, his father had made arrangements for him to be taken into the household of George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, a powerful nobleman and favourite of King Charles III. The Duke maintained a large estate at Burley-on-the-Hill, not far from the Hudsons' home in Oakham. Like many wealthy aristocrats of the period, Buckingham collected curiosities, rare objects, exotic animals, and yes, human beings of unusual appearance. This practice, distasteful to modern sensibilities, was commonplace in 17th century Europe, where courts and noble houses often included individuals labelled as natural wonders among their household staff. Geoffrey's introduction to the Duke's household marked his first step into a world vastly different from the butcher shop of his childhood. Records from Buckingham's estate indicate that Geoffrey was initially assigned to work with the household pages, boys who served as messengers and general assistants, though his duties were adapted to accommodate his size. He received basic education alongside these pages, learning to read and write, skills that would prove invaluable in his later years. The true turning point in Geoffrey's life came on July 3rd, 1626, at a lavish banquet hosted by the Duke and Duchess of Buckingham in honour of King Charles III and his new French bride, Queen Henrietta Maria. The 17-year-old queen, homesick and struggling to adapt to English court life, had developed a reputation for melancholy. Buckingham, eager to curry favour with the royal couple, conceived of a spectacle designed specifically to delight the young queen. According to contemporary accounts, including a detailed description by John Pori, a court letter writer, the climax of the banquet featured a large pie being ceremoniously carried to the Queen's table. When the pie's crust was cut open, out stepped Geoffrey Hudson, 7 years old and 18 inches tall, dressed in miniature armour. The tiny knight formally presented himself to the Queen, bowing with courtly precision before reciting a poem specially composed for the occasion. The effect was precisely what Buckingham had hoped for. Queen Henrietta Maria, charmed by this extraordinary display, reportedly clapped her hands in delight, a rare show of genuine pleasure from the usually reserved young monarch. Her reaction sealed Geoffrey's fate. Before the banquet concluded, the Queen had expressed her desire to have the diminutive boy added to her own household. Such a transfer was no small matter. Service in a royal household represented significant advancement in status, particularly for someone of Geoffrey's humble origins. For the Duke of Buckingham, gifting Geoffrey to the Queen represented both a diplomatic gesture and a shrewd political move, cementing his relationship with the new Queen, just as he had previously secured the favour of her husband. By August 1626, Geoffrey had been officially integrated into Queen Henrietta Maria's household as a rare presence or curiosity. His daily life changed dramatically as he transitioned from a provincial noble estate to the complex and dangerous world of Stuart court politics. The Queen's household, based primarily at Denmark House in London and Somerset House on the Strand, operated according to elaborate protocols that Geoffrey would need to master quickly. Initially, Geoffrey's role appeared largely ornamental. Court records indicate he received custom-made clothing of extraordinary quality, silks, velvets, and fine linens cut to his precise measurements. These outfits often matched or complemented the Queen's own attire, visually reinforcing his status as a living accessory to royal display. During formal court functions, Geoffrey would typically be positioned near the Queen, sometimes standing on a table or seated on a cushion to ensure his visibility. This highly visible but seemingly superficial role belied the reality of Geoffrey's daily existence. Away from public view, he was expected to fulfill practical functions within the Queen's household. Morning routines involved attending the Queen as she prepared for the day, retrieving small items, and delivering messages between her ladies-in-waiting. His size made him particularly useful for certain tasks. He could move through crowded rooms without disruption and could easily hide if discretion was required. What distinguished Geoffrey from other curiosities kept by European royalty was his remarkable adaptability and intelligence. Unlike some individuals whose differences relegated them to purely decorative roles, Geoffrey quickly demonstrated capabilities that extended far beyond his initial purpose as a conversation piece. Court records from 1627-1628 show that within a year of joining the Queen's household, he had begun to receive instruction in horsemanship, fencing, and dancing, skills typically reserved for pages and squires of noble birth. These educational opportunities suggest that Queen Henrietta Maria viewed Geoffrey as more than merely a living curiosity. Her personal accounts, managed by her treasurer Sir Richard Wynne, indicate that she invested considerably in Geoffrey's development, employing specialized tutors to work with him despite the practical challenges his size presented. A particularly telling document from 1629 records payment to a master of dance for instruction of Her Majesty's little man in the art of movement and comportment. Geoffrey's horsemanship training represented a particular challenge and achievement. Unable to mount or control a full-sized horse, he was provided with specially trained ponies and later with small dogs bred and trained to carry him. Contemporary paintings and engravings show Geoffrey astride these unusual mounts, often participating in elaborately staged hunts and processions designed to showcase his abilities. By his early teens, Geoffrey had become a genuine companion to the Queen, rather than simply an amusing possession. This evolution coincided with increasingly troubled times for the English monarchy. The 1630s saw rising tensions between King Charles I and Parliament, with religious conflicts and disputes over royal authority creating dangerous divisions within English society. Queen Henrietta Maria, a devout Catholic in a predominantly Protestant country, became a particular target for criticism. Her perceived influence over the king, her French origin, and her Catholic faith made her deeply unpopular with certain factions. As hostility toward the Queen increased, her household, including Geoffrey, found themselves in increasingly precarious positions. For Geoffrey, this political context added new dimensions to his already complex status. As a member of the Queen's intimate circle, he was privy to private conversations and confidential information. Court records indicate that by his mid-teens, Geoffrey was occasionally entrusted with carrying sensitive messages between the Queen and her Catholic allies, both domestic and foreign. His size, which had once marked him as a curiosity, now provided an unexpected advantage. Few would suspect that crucial communications might be entrusted to a court dwarf. This evolution from novelty to confidant brought Geoffrey unprecedented privileges, but also exposed him to serious dangers. By 1640, as political divisions deepened, being closely associated with the Catholic Queen had become potentially hazardous. Anti-Catholic pamphlets and broadsides circulating in London occasionally mentioned the Queen's dwarf as evidence of her supposedly foreign and decadent tastes, and rumours spread that Geoffrey served as an intermediary in suspicious communications with Rome. Despite these growing tensions, Geoffrey's personal standing with the Queen remained secure. Court accounts from 1640-1641 indicate that he continued to receive generous provisions, including new commissions for custom clothing and, notably, a small sword crafted to his proportions by a master weaponsmith. This latter gift would prove significant in ways that neither Geoffrey nor the Queen could have anticipated. As the political situation deteriorated towards civil war, Queen Henrietta, Maria became increasingly concerned for her safety and that of her close associates. In late 1641, she began making preparations for potential flight from England should the situation become untenable. These preparations included Geoffrey, who, despite his size, had become sufficiently important to her that she would not consider leaving him behind. By this point, Geoffrey Hudson had spent 14 years in the Queen's service, transforming from a living curiosity presented in a pie to a trusted member of her inner circle. Now in his early 20s, standing at approximately 3 feet tall, having experienced a growth spurt in adolescence, he faced the prospect of being drawn into the dangerous maelstrom of civil conflict. His loyalty to the Queen, cultivated through years of privileged treatment, was about to be tested in ways that extended far beyond the ornamental role for which he had originally been selected. The year 1642 would mark a turning point not only for England, but for Geoffrey Hudson. Personally, as King Charles V had raised his standard at Nottingham in August, formally beginning the Civil War, the Queen was making final preparations for a journey to the Netherlands to seek support and raise funds for the royalist cause. Geoffrey would accompany her on this mission, leaving English shores for the first time in his life. This departure represented a dramatic shift in circumstances. From the relatively protected environment of the English court, Geoffrey would now enter a world of international intrigue, military conflict, and heightened danger. The journey would test not only his loyalty to the Queen, but also his capacity to navigate hazards for which his unusual life had provided little preparation. As they prepared to sail from Dover in February 1642, could Geoffrey have anticipated the extraordinary dangers that awaited him abroad? Could he have imagined that his greatest perils would come not from the war engulfing England, but from personal conflicts and the hazards of international travel? Most significantly, could he have foreseen that the very qualities that had defined his existence, his small stature, and his close association with the Queen would soon become sources of both his greatest triumph and his most devastating downfall? These questions hung in the air as Geoffrey Hudson, now far removed from the butcher's son of Oakham, embarked on a journey that would transform him from a protected curiosity into a figure who would need to defend himself, literally and figuratively, in a world that often confused physical stature with personal capability. The challenges that awaited him would prove that in the turbulent 17th century, even the smallest figures could find themselves at the center of momentous events, facing dangers that would test the limits of human endurance. When Queen Henrietta Maria's ship departed from Dover in February 1642, The seriousness of England's political situation was reflected in the dangerous nature of their Channel crossing. Parliamentary forces had already attempted to intercept the Queen once, forcing a delay in her departure. Now, as they sailed through winter seas toward the Netherlands, they did so under the protection of Dutch warships, a clear indication that even royalty was not immune to the hazards of civil conflict. For Geoffrey Hudson, this journey marked his first significant voyage beyond English shores. Court records indicate that despite his small stature, he suffered less from seasickness than many of the Queen's other attendants, a fact that apparently amused Henrietta Maria and reinforced her affection for her little Lord Minimus, as she sometimes called him. The party arrived safely in the Netherlands, where they were received with the formal honours due to a queen, though the political realities of Europe meant that support for the Stuart cause was far from guaranteed. Henrietta Maria established a temporary court at The Hague, where she began the delicate work of raising funds and negotiating for military assistance for her husband's forces. During this period of exile, Geoffrey's role evolved significantly. The reduced size of the Queen's entourage meant that all members took on expanded responsibilities. Geoffrey, now in his early 20s, began serving not just as an amusing companion, but as a personal attendant, and even, on occasion, as a diplomatic courier. His small size, once merely a curiosity, became a practical advantage in a context where discretion and the ability to pass unnoticed could prove valuable. Contemporary accounts from the Dutch court describe the unusual sight of the tiny man delivering messages and sometimes participating in diplomatic functions. One Dutch observer, Constantijn Huygens, noted in his journal, "The English Queen's dwarf moves through our court carrying her confidences. One might easily mistake him for a child until he speaks with the clarity and confidence of a man fully grown." This period in the Netherlands also provided Geoffrey with unprecedented personal freedom. Away from the rigid structures of the English court, and in the relative anonymity of foreign lands, he experienced a degree of independence previously unknown to him. Local records indicate that he occasionally ventured into The Hague unaccompanied, visiting taverns and markets in a manner that would have been impossible in London, where his fame made privacy non-existent. This taste of normal life, however brief, seems to have affected Geoffrey profoundly. Letters and accounts from this period suggest a growing self-awareness and perhaps even resentment of his status as a curiosity. A letter written by Sir William Davenant, who encountered Geoffrey in The Hague, notes, "Her Majesty's little man speaks now with uncommon seriousness of his desire to be known for his actions rather than his inches. This evolving self-perception would soon be tested. By early 1643, Queen Henrietta Maria had succeeded in acquiring funds, weapons, and some military support for the royalist cause. She prepared to return to England, landing in Yorkshire in February with a small force and considerable supplies. Geoffrey Hudson was among her trusted companions on this dangerous return journey. The England to which they returned was now fully engulfed in civil war. The Queen's party travelled under military escort, making their way south toward Oxford, which had become the de facto royalist capital. This journey through contested territory represented genuine physical danger for all involved, but perhaps especially for Geoffrey, whose distinctive appearance made disguise impossible. Upon reaching Oxford in July 1643, Henrietta Maria reunited with King Charles III, and the royalist court attempted to maintain some semblance of normal function despite the war raging across the country. For Geoffrey, this meant a return to more formal court duties, though now in the context of a monarchy fighting for its survival. Oxford during the Civil War presented a strange contrast. Academic buildings repurposed for military use, scholars mingling with soldiers, and the remnants of court ceremony conducted against a backdrop of urgent war councils. In this unusual environment, Geoffrey's status remained ambiguous. Court records from this period show regular payments for his maintenance and clothing, indicating his continued importance to the Queen. Yet other accounts suggest he sometimes chafed at the return to a more confined and ceremonial role. This tension might explain what happened next, an event so extraordinary that it has become the most widely recounted episode of Geoffrey's life. In October 1644, during a royal progress through the countryside near Oxford, Geoffrey became engaged in a verbal altercation with a gentleman of the court named Charles Crofts, sometimes recorded as William Crofts. The exact nature of the insult remains disputed, though most accounts suggest it concerned Geoffrey's small stature. What is not disputed is Geoffrey's response. Rather than accepting the mockery that had been a constant feature of his life, he formally challenged Crofts to a duel. Contemporary standards of honor meant that Crofts could not refuse without losing face, despite the absurdity of dueling an opponent less than half his height. The duel was arranged for the following morning, and would be conducted on horseback with pistols, a choice that somewhat equalized the physical disparities between the participants. Geoffrey, who had received extensive horsemanship training since childhood, was comfortable on his mount, while the pistol's lethal power made his small stature less relevant. What happened next has been recounted with varying details in numerous historical sources, but the central facts remain consistent. When the duel commenced, Geoffrey demonstrated unexpected skill, shooting Crofts dead with a single shot. This act, simultaneously confirming his manhood and violating court protocol, created an immediate sensation. The killing of Crofts presented a legal and political dilemma for the royal court. Dueling, while technically illegal, was often overlooked among the nobility. Yet Geoffrey's unique status complicated matters. Was he a nobleman entitled to the unwritten exemptions that protected aristocratic duelists, or was he a royal servant who had stepped catastrophically beyond his station? Queen Henrietta Maria's intervention proved decisive. Court records indicate that while she expressed public disapproval of the duel, she also protected Geoffrey from the most severe potential consequences. Rather than imprisonment or execution, Geoffrey received a punishment that combined discipline with practical consideration, banishment from court, but with permission to join the royalist cavalry as a captain of horse. A remarkable appointment for a man of his physical dimensions. This appointment to a military role represented both punishment and opportunity. Removed from the Queen's immediate protection, Geoffrey now needed to establish his value in entirely new terms. Contemporary accounts confirm that he did indeed serve with royalist cavalry units through 1645, though primarily in administrative capacities rather than direct combat. His small stature made handling full-sized military equipment impossible, but his literacy and court experience made him useful for record-keeping and coordination. By mid-1645, the royalist military position had deteriorated significantly. Following the decisive parliamentary victory at Naseby in June, Queen Henrietta Maria, who had given birth to her youngest child, Princess Henrietta, fled to France. Geoffrey Hudson, still technically under banishment from court, received permission to join her household in exile once more, a sign that his earlier transgression, if not forgotten, had at least been partially forgiven. The journey to France, however, would prove more dangerous than anyone anticipated. The ship carrying Geoffrey was captured by Barbary corsairs operating in the English Channel, pirates from North Africa who conducted raids along European coasts and attacked shipping throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. Geoffrey, along with the other passengers and crew, was taken captive. This capture represented a catastrophic turn in Geoffrey's fortunes. From the privileged position of royal attendant, he now faced the brutal reality of enslavement. Barbary captives could expect harsh treatment, forced labor, and often attempts to convert them to Islam. For many European captives, ransom represented the primary hope for release, but Geoffrey's unusual circumstances complicated this typical path to freedom. The Queen, residing in France with very limited resources, was in no position to pay a substantial ransom. Geoffrey's family in England, of modest means and now on the losing side of a civil war, had even less capacity to secure his release. His capture thus began what would become the longest and most arduous chapter of his remarkable life. Approximately 25 years of captivity in North Africa. The details of Geoffrey's time in captivity remain frustratingly sparse in historical records. What is known comes primarily from his own accounts after his eventual return to England, and these must be treated with some caution, as they likely contain elements of exaggeration or simplification. Nevertheless, certain aspects of his captivity experience can be reconstructed with reasonable confidence. Upon capture, Geoffrey would have been transported to one of the major Barbary corsair centres, most likely Algiers or Salé. There, captives were typically sold in slave markets with their price determined by factors including physical condition, age, skills, and perceived potential for ransom. Geoffrey's unique physical characteristics would have made him an object of particular curiosity, potentially affecting both his treatment and his value. According to his later accounts, Geoffrey was purchased by a man he described as a Turkish pasha, though this generic term likely referred to any high-ranking official in the Ottoman-influenced regions of North Africa. This individual apparently acquired Geoffrey primarily as a curiosity or conversation piece, a role not entirely unlike his original position at the English court, though now without any of the privileges or protections that royal favour had provided. Life for European captives in North Africa varied dramatically depending on their owner, their assigned duties, and their perceived value. Some worked as domestic servants in relatively tolerable conditions, others performed hard labour in workshops or construction, while the least fortunate were assigned to galleys as rowers, a fate that often amounted to a death sentence due to the brutal conditions. Geoffrey's later accounts suggest that he occupied an intermediate position, neither enjoying comfortable circumstances nor suffering the worst forms of labour. He claimed to have worked primarily as a household servant, where his small stature made certain tasks difficult, but others quite manageable. He also reported being occasionally displayed to visitors as a curiosity, much as he had been in European courts, though now without any ability to refuse such exhibitions. One of the most extraordinary claims Geoffrey made after his return concerned his physical growth during captivity. He maintained that between his capture at age 26 and his release in his early 50s, he grew from his previously stable height of about 3 feet to a height of approximately 3 feet 9 inches. This claim has generated considerable debate among historians and medical experts. Modern medical knowledge suggests that such growth in adulthood would be highly unusual, particularly given Geoffrey's condition, presumed to be a form of pituitary dwarfism. Some historians have suggested that Geoffrey may have invented or exaggerated this growth to support his narrative of transformation through hardship. Others propose that improved nutrition or changes in physical posture might have created a perception of increased height. Whatever the truth, this claimed physical transformation became an integral part of Geoffrey's narrative about his captivity, a visible manifestation of how his experiences had changed him. The exact circumstances of Geoffrey's eventual release remain somewhat unclear. The most credible accounts suggest that by 1668, news of the famous English dwarf in captivity had reached English traders operating in North Africa, who subsequently communicated this information to diplomatic representatives. England, now under the restored monarchy of Charles II, son of Charles III and Henrietta Maria, occasionally negotiated ransoms for English captives as part of broader diplomatic initiatives in the Mediterranean. Geoffrey appears to have benefited from one such initiative. Records indicate a payment authorized for the redemption of diverse English subjects from Barbary captivity in late 1668, with Geoffrey Hudson listed among the beneficiaries. His release, after approximately 25 years in captivity, represented not so much personal recognition as a bureaucratic inclusion in a larger diplomatic transaction. Upon his return to England in early 1669, Geoffrey Hudson encountered a country transformed from the one he had left. The monarchy had been abolished, restored, and significantly altered in its powers and practices. Queen Henrietta Maria, his former mistress and protector, had died in France just months before his return to England. The elaborate court culture that had given meaning and structure to his earlier life had been permanently altered by the Puritan interlude and the experiences of exile. Most significantly for Geoffrey personally, the world had largely forgotten him. Once a famous figure whose miniature suits and daring exploits had been the talk of Europe, he returned as a middle-aged man, now in his early 50s, to a country where few recognized his name. Court records indicate he petitioned Charles II for support based on his long-time service to the king's mother, receiving a modest pension that reflected acknowledgement of past service rather than any continuing role. This payment, while providing basic subsistence, could not restore Geoffrey to his former position. The Restoration Court had different tastes and preoccupations. The tradition of keeping natural curiosities had largely faded, replaced by new forms of entertainment and display. Geoffrey, no longer a novelty and now bearing the physical and psychological marks of his captivity, found himself increasingly marginalized. Yet it would be a mistake to view Geoffrey's return as merely a sad epilogue to his earlier fame. Contemporary accounts suggest that despite the challenges he faced, he adapted to his changed circumstances with remarkable resilience. He took lodgings in London's Westminster district, where he appeared occasionally at coffee houses and taverns, recounting his extraordinary experiences to audiences both skeptical and fascinated. These informal performances, part memoir, part adventure tale, represented a new phase in Geoffrey's self-presentation. No longer defined primarily by his size or by royal patronage, he reinvented himself as a storyteller and survivor, capitalizing on the public's fascination with Barbary captivity narratives that were popular in late 17th century England. This period of relative stability, however, would prove short-lived. In 1679, Geoffrey Hudson's life took another dramatic turn when he became entangled in the political hysteria surrounding the so-called Popish Plot, a fabricated conspiracy alleging a Catholic plan to assassinate King Charles II. As a former servant of the Catholic Queen Henrietta Maria, with connections to continental courts and a history of involvement in Civil War politics, Geoffrey found himself under suspicion despite his long absence from England during the height of religious conflicts. Records from the Middlesex sessions indicate that Geoffrey was imprisoned in the Gatehouse prison in late 1679, charged with being a suspicious person and a papist. No evidence was presented to support any actual involvement in conspiracies, but in the fevered atmosphere of anti-Catholic sentiment, his past associations were sufficient to warrant detention. Geoffrey's imprisonment, though not accompanied by physical torture as some accounts have suggested, nevertheless represented severe hardship for a man of his age and physical condition. The Gatehouse prison, like most 17th century jails, offered minimal accommodations and required prisoners to pay for their own food and basic necessities, a significant challenge for someone subsisting on a modest royal pension that could be interrupted by imprisonment. How long Geoffrey remained imprisoned is not precisely recorded, though most historians suggest a period of several months rather than years. His eventual release appears to have come as part of a broader cooling of anti-Catholic hysteria as the fabricated nature of the Popish plot became increasingly apparent. By 1680, court records show the resumption of his pension payments, indicating his return to liberty. The final years of Geoffrey Hudson's life are sparsely documented. He appears to have lived in relative obscurity in Westminster, occasionally appearing at court functions, but never regaining a formal position in the royal household. His pension, while modest, provided basic subsistence, supplemented perhaps by payments for appearances or storytelling. The most reliable accounts suggest Geoffrey died around 1682 at approximately 63 years of age, a remarkable longevity given both the general life expectancy of the period and the particular hardships he had endured. No record of a funeral or burial site has been definitively identified, suggesting that despite his extraordinary life, his death passed with little public notice. Yet if Geoffrey Hudson's physical presence faded quietly from the world, his legacy proved more enduring. Throughout the late 17th and 18th centuries, his story appeared in various forms, sometimes as historical anecdote, sometimes as embellished legend. By the 19th century, he had been transformed into a stock character in historical fiction, appearing in novels by Alexandre Dumas and Walter Scott, usually reduced to a picturesque curiosity rather than the complex individual revealed by historical records. Geoffrey's experiences, from his dramatic emergence from a pie to his duel, captivity, and eventual return, offer a unique window into the complexities of 17th century society. His life illustrates how physical difference was simultaneously marginalized and commodified, how social boundaries could be both rigid and surprisingly permeable, and how individual agency could assert itself even within highly constraining circumstances. Above all, Geoffrey Hudson's story challenges simplistic narratives about disability and difference in pre-modern societies. Neither simply a victim nor a fully empowered agent, he navigated a path that was distinctively his own, transforming what might have been a life of obscurity into one of extraordinary incident and historical significance. In doing so, he left a legacy that continues to prompt questions about how societies define normalcy, how individuals create meaning within constraints, and how history remembers those who exist outside conventional categories. The North African sun beat down mercilessly on the slave markets of Algiers, where European captives were regularly auctioned to the highest bidders. Among the unfortunate souls standing on the auction block in 1645 was a figure who drew particular attention, not for his strength or youth, but for his remarkably small stature. Geoffrey Hudson, formerly Lord Minimus to the English Queen Henrietta, Maria now faced the ultimate reversal of fortune as he awaited purchase in a foreign land where his royal connections meant nothing. Barbary corsairs had captured Geoffrey while he was en route to join the exiled Queen in France. These pirates, operating primarily from the North African coast, conducted raids throughout the Mediterranean and even into the Atlantic, capturing ships, seizing cargo, and taking prisoners who would either be ransomed back to their families or sold into slavery. For most European captives, the fear of permanent enslavement was mitigated by the possibility of ransom, but Geoffrey's unusual circumstances complicated this hope. The Queen, living in reduced circumstances in France following the royalist defeats in the English Civil War, lacked the resources for significant ransom payments. Geoffrey's family in England, never wealthy, and now on the losing side of a civil conflict, had even less capacity to secure his release. As he stood among other captured Europeans, Geoffrey must have realized that his fate now lay entirely in the hands of strangers who viewed him as a commodity rather than a person. According to accounts Hudson provided after his eventual return to England, he was purchased by a man he described as a Turkish pasha. Though historians note this generic European term could have referred to any number of North African officials with varying degrees of authority within the Ottoman administrative system. What is clear is that Geoffrey's buyer was wealthy enough to purchase a captive whose practical labor value was limited, but whose novelty as a perfectly proportioned miniature man held particular appeal. The initial months of captivity represented a brutal adjustment for Geoffrey. From the privileged position of royal attendant, with custom-made clothing, regular meals, and a defined social status, he now experienced the fundamental powerlessness of enslavement. Contemporary accounts of European captives in North Africa describe the disorienting experience of navigating unfamiliar languages, customs, religious practices, and climate, challenges that would have been particularly acute for someone whose physical differences already marked him as an outsider. Life for European slaves in North Africa varied dramatically depending on their owner, assigned duties, and perceived value. Some worked as domestic servants in relatively tolerable conditions, others performed skilled labor if they possessed valuable crafts, while the least fortunate were assigned to galleys as rowers or to construction projects requiring heavy labor. Geoffrey's small stature made many typical slave duties impossible, which may have initially protected him from the most physically demanding assignments. According to Hudson's later accounts, he was primarily employed as a household servant, where certain tasks suited his size while others proved challenging. He claimed to have become skilled at particular forms of detailed work that larger individuals found awkward or difficult. Whether these claims were accurate or represented Geoffrey's attempt to assert his value in retrospect remains uncertain. What is clearly documented in contemporary sources is that Geoffrey was occasionally displayed as a curiosity to visitors, much as he had been in European courts. The key difference, of course, was that he now had no agency in these exhibitions. When presented to guests in his captor's home, Geoffrey was expected to demonstrate his proportional perfection, perhaps perform small tricks or recite rehearsed phrases in languages he was learning, and generally fulfill the role of a living conversation piece. This commodification of his difference, a practice not unlike his initial presentation to Queen Henrietta Maria, took on darker dimensions in the context of enslavement. Without the protections afforded by royal patronage, Geoffrey was vulnerable to treatment ranging from casual indignity to outright abuse. His later accounts hint at, though never explicitly detail, punishments he received for perceived inadequacies or moments of resistance. Perhaps the most extraordinary claim Geoffrey made after his return concerned his physical growth during captivity. He maintained that between his capture at age 26 and his release in his early 50s, he grew from his previously stable height of about 3 feet to approximately 3 feet 9 inches. This claimed growth, occurring well into adulthood and after his height had been stable for years, has generated considerable debate among historians and medical experts. From a modern medical perspective, such growth would be highly unusual for someone with the type of pituitary dwarfism Geoffrey is believed to have had. Some historians have suggested that the claim might represent exaggeration or even fabrication, serving to reinforce a narrative of transformation through hardship. Others have proposed that improved nutrition despite captivity, changes in posture due to different types of physical work, or even the stretching effects of certain tasks might have created a genuine or perceived increase in height. Whatever the physical reality, this claimed growth became central to Geoffrey's narrative about his captivity. It represented a visible manifestation of how his experiences had changed him, not merely psychologically but physically. The boy who had emerged from a pie at Buckingham's banquet, the young man who had duelled and killed Charles Crofts, was literally no more. In his place stood someone transformed by decades of hardship into a different person, both inside and out. The daily reality of Geoffrey's captivity included navigation of religious differences. North African Islamic societies generally permitted non-Muslims to maintain their faith, though with various restrictions and under pressure to convert. For Christians in captivity, conversion to Islam offered potential advantages, including improved treatment, and the possibility of eventually gaining freedom. Records suggest that a significant minority of European captives did convert either out of genuine conviction or practical necessity. Geoffrey's later accounts indicate that he maintained his Christian faith throughout captivity, though he would have been required to demonstrate outward respect for Islamic practices. This religious constancy may reflect genuine conviction, but it also likely represented an important connection to his former identity and homeland during years of isolation from everything familiar. Communication presented another significant challenge during Geoffrey's early captivity. While some European languages, particularly Italian and Spanish, were commonly understood in North African port cities due to trading relationships, an English-speaking captive would have initially found himself linguistically isolated. Geoffrey's later accounts suggest he gradually acquired functional ability in several languages, including Arabic and the lingua franca, a Mediterranean pidgin combining elements of Italian, Spanish, French, Greek, Arabic, and Turkish that served as a common trade language. This linguistic adaptation represented both necessity and accomplishment. Without basic communication skills, a captive's already difficult situation became nearly impossible to navigate. Yet, acquiring new languages in adulthood, particularly under the stressful conditions of captivity, demonstrated a resilience and adaptability that would serve Geoffrey throughout his long imprisonment. The passage of time brought both challenges and adaptations. As months became years and years became decades, Geoffrey's connection to his former life inevitably weakened. Queen Henrietta Maria, who had been his protector and definer of his social role, remained in exile in France, unaware of his fate. The English Civil War concluded with royalist defeat and the execution of King Charles III in 1649, followed by Oliver Cromwell's protectorate, events Geoffrey would have learned about only through fragmented reports from newly arrived captives or distant rumours. By the 1650s, a decade into his captivity, Geoffrey would have been forced to accept the possibility that his imprisonment might be permanent. This psychological adjustment, from viewing captivity as a temporary ordeal to recognizing it as potentially lifelong, represented perhaps the most profound challenge of his experience. Contemporary accounts of long-term captives describe the despair that often accompanied this realization, with many suffering severe depression or engaging in desperate escape attempts despite minimal chances of success. Whether Geoffrey attempted escape is not recorded, though the practical challenges would have been formidable. His distinctive appearance made anonymity impossible, and without resources or connections, traversing hostile territory to reach a port with European vessels presented nearly insurmountable obstacles. For most captives, rescue through diplomatic intervention or random payment offered more realistic hope than escape, slim possibilities that required patience rather than daring. Life for European captives in North Africa did include certain communal supports. In major centres like Algiers, Tunis and Salé, captives often formed informal networks based on shared language, religion or place of origin. Religious orders, particularly the Trinitarians and Mercedarians, maintained a presence specifically to minister to Christian captives and facilitate ransom negotiations. These organizations provided some limited material support and, importantly, maintained records of captives that could be communicated back to Europe. Geoffrey's unique characteristics might have made him both particularly visible within these networks and especially notable in communications back to Europe. Records suggest that by the 1660s, reports of the famous English dwarf in North African captivity had reached European diplomatic circles, though without sufficient detail to prompt immediate action. The restoration of the monarchy in England in 1660 with Charles II, son of Charles I and Henrietta Maria, taking the throne, created new possibilities for diplomatic interventions on behalf of English captives. The restored Stuart monarchy, eager to assert English commercial and diplomatic interests in the Mediterranean, engaged in various negotiations with North African states that sometimes included provisions for the release of captives. Geoffrey appears to have benefited from one such initiative. Records indicate a payment authorized for the redemption of diverse English subjects from Barbary captivity in late 1668, with Geoffrey Hudson listed among the beneficiaries. His release, after approximately 25 years in captivity, represented not so much personal recognition as a bureaucratic inclusion in a larger diplomatic transaction. The Geoffrey Hudson who returned to England in early 1669 was, by any measure, a profoundly different person from the one who had left its shores a quarter-century earlier. Now, in his early 50s, bearing the physical marks of long captivity, and having spent the majority of his adult life in a foreign culture, he returned to a country transformed by civil war, religious upheaval, republican experiment, and monarchical restoration. The England to which Geoffrey returned had largely forgotten him. Queen Henrietta Maria, his former mistress and protector, had died in France in 1669, just months before his return. The elaborate court culture that had given meaning and structure to his earlier life had been permanently altered by the Puritan interlude and the experiences of exile. Charles II's court, while certainly lively, embraced different aesthetics and entertainments than those of the pre-Civil War era. Most significantly for Geoffrey personally, the tradition of keeping natural curiosities or human marvels as court entertainers had largely faded. The emerging scientific rationalism of the Restoration period, influenced by figures like Robert Boyle and the newly established Royal Society, approached physical difference through a medical rather than entertainment lens. Geoffrey's unique proportions, once his primary social value, now generated clinical interest rather than courtly fascination. Court records indicate Geoffrey petitioned Charles II for support based on his long-time service to the king's mother, receiving a modest pension that reflected acknowledgement of past service rather than any continuing role. This payment, while providing basic subsistence, could not restore Geoffrey to his former position or relevance. Yet it would be a mistake to view Geoffrey's return as merely a sad epilogue to his earlier fame. Contemporary accounts suggest that, despite the challenges he faced, he adapted to his changed circumstances with remarkable resilience, the same quality that had enabled his survival during decades of captivity. He took lodgings in London's Westminster district, where he established a modest but sustainable existence on the periphery of court society. What emerged in this final chapter of Geoffrey's life was a new form of self-presentation, no longer defined primarily by his size or by royal patronage. He reinvented himself as a storyteller and survivor. Contemporary accounts describe his appearances at coffee houses and taverns, where he would recount his extraordinary experiences to audiences both skeptical and fascinated. These informal performances, part memoir, part adventure tale, capitalized on the public's fascination with Barbary captivity narratives, which had become a popular literary genre in late 17th century England. Works like The Adventures of Mr. T.S., 1670, had created a market for tales of European Christians enduring and overcoming the perils of North African slavery. Geoffrey's accounts, enhanced by his unusual personal history and distinctive appearance, offered a uniquely compelling entry in this genre. How much Geoffrey embellished his experiences for these performances remains unknowable. Certainly, the conventions of captivity narratives encourage dramatic emphasis and clear moral messaging. Geoffrey's claimed physical growth during captivity, whether factual or exaggerated, fit perfectly into the transformative narrative arc expected by audiences. Similarly, his emphasis on maintaining Christian faith despite pressure to convert would have resonated with listeners for whom religious constancy represented a core virtue. This period of relative stability, however, would prove short-lived. In 1679, Geoffrey Hudson's life took another dramatic turn when he became entangled in the political hysteria surrounding the so-called Popish plot. This fabricated conspiracy, promoted by Titus Oates, alleged a Catholic plan to assassinate King Charles II and replace him with his Catholic brother, James. The allegations triggered widespread anti-Catholic sentiment and persecution. As a former servant of the Catholic Queen Henrietta Maria, with known connections to continental courts and a history of involvement in Civil War politics, Geoffrey found himself under suspicion despite his long absence from England during the height of religious conflicts. His Catholicism, maintained throughout his life, transformed from a personal religious choice to a politically dangerous identity in the fevered atmosphere of 1679. Records from the Middlesex sessions indicate that Geoffrey was imprisoned in the Gatehouse prison in late 1679, charged with being a suspicious person and a papist. No evidence was presented to support any actual involvement in conspiracies, but in the context of the Popish plot hysteria, his past associations were sufficient to warrant detention. The Gatehouse prison, located in Westminster, was primarily used for those awaiting trial rather than serving long sentences. Conditions, while not as brutal as in some London prisons like Newgate, were nevertheless harsh. Prisoners were typically confined in common rooms with minimal sanitation and were required to pay for their own food and basic necessities, a system that created particular hardship for those of limited means, like Geoffrey. For a man in his early 60s, already bearing the physical effects of long captivity, imprisonment represented a serious threat to health and survival. The crowded conditions, poor nutrition, and exposure to disease that characterized 17th century prisons caused significant mortality among detainees, particularly the elderly and physically vulnerable. How long Geoffrey remained imprisoned is not precisely recorded, though most historians suggest a period of several months rather than years. His eventual release appears to have come as part of a broader cooling of anti-Catholic hysteria, as the fabricated nature of the Popish plot became increasingly apparent. By 1680, court records show the resumption of his pension payments, indicating his return to liberty. This final ordeal, imprisonment in his homeland after surviving decades of foreign captivity, represents a particularly cruel irony in Geoffrey's biography. Having endured the complete loss of freedom in North Africa, he returned to England, only to face a different form of confinement based on religious prejudice rather than piratical capture. The experience underscores how vulnerability, stemming from perceived difference, whether physical, religious, or political, remained a defining element of Geoffrey's life from beginning to end. The final years of Geoffrey Hudson's life are sparsely documented. He appears to have lived in relative obscurity in Westminster, occasionally appearing at court functions but never regaining a formal position in the royal household. His pension, while modest, provided basic subsistence, supplemented perhaps by payments for appearances or storytelling. The most reliable accounts suggest Geoffrey died around 1682, at approximately 63 years of age, a remarkable longevity given both the general life expectancy of the period and the particular hardships he had endured. No record of a funeral or burial site has been definitively identified, suggesting that despite his extraordinary life, his death passed with little public notice. For someone who had once been famous throughout Europe, the tiny knight who emerged from a pie, the diminutive duelist who killed a man twice his size, the long-suffering captive who endured decades of enslavement, this quiet exit represented a final indignity. Yet it also reflected the fundamental reality of how fame and relevance operated in pre-modern societies, particularly for those whose celebrity derived from physical difference rather than achievement or birth. In the centuries following his death, Geoffrey Hudson's legacy developed in complex ways. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, his story appeared in various forms, sometimes as historical anecdote, sometimes as embellished legend. Victorian writers found particular fascination in the combination of his small stature, and adventurous life, often portraying him as a plucky underdog whose courage transcended his physical limitations. By the 20th century, Hudson had become a staple of children's historical fiction and educational materials about the Stuart period, though usually reduced to a picturesque curiosity rather than explored as a complex individual. Only in recent decades have historians begun to examine his life with greater nuance, considering questions of agency, identity, and self-presentation that move beyond simple categories of victim or oddity. What emerges from this more thoughtful examination is a figure of remarkable adaptability and resilience. From his initial presentation as a living novelty, through his evolution into a trusted royal attendant, his brief military career, his decades of captivity, and his final reinvention as a storyteller, Geoffrey navigated radical changes in circumstance that would have defeated many with far greater advantages. His story challenges simplistic narratives about disability and difference in pre-modern societies. Neither simply a victim nor a fully empowered agent, he navigated a path that was distinctively his own, transforming what might have been a life of obscurity into one of extraordinary incident and historical significance. In doing so, he left a legacy that continues to prompt questions about how societies define normalcy, how individuals create meaning within constraints, and how history remembers those who exist outside conventional categories. Perhaps the most fitting epitaph for Geoffrey Hudson comes not from court records or historical chronicles, but from an anonymous poem circulated in London coffee houses after his death. Though of dubious literary merit, its concluding lines capture something essential about his legacy. Though small in stature, large in heart and mind, in Hudson's life a mirror we may find of how the soul, confined in flesh's cage, might yet write boldly on history's page. As we reflect on Geoffrey Hudson's remarkable journey from butcher's son to royal favourite, to captive to storyteller, we might consider what his experiences reveal about the societies through which he moved and about the fundamental human capacity for adaptation. How do individuals navigate systems that simultaneously marginalize and commodify difference? How does physical distinctiveness shape identity when it becomes the primary lens through which others view you? And what does it mean to maintain a sense of self when external circumstances repeatedly redefine your social role and value? These questions, prompted by Hudson's extraordinary life, remain relevant in our contemporary discussions of disability, difference, and human dignity. While the specific challenges he faced were products of his historical moment, the broader tensions between individual agency and social categorization continue to shape lives and experiences today. In that sense, the story of Geoffrey Hudson, Lord Minimus, captain of horse, captive, survivor, transcends its historical particularity to offer insights into the enduring complexities of human existence. His life reminds us that within even the most rigidly defined social categories, individuals find ways to assert their humanity, to adapt to changing circumstances, and occasionally to transform limitations into unexpected forms of power. In the royal chambers of Wawel Castle in Krakow, a man dressed in vibrant red moved among the assembled nobles, his cap adorned with jingling bells announcing his approach. While his attire suggested frivolity, his eyes reflected a sharp intelligence that observed everything: the whispered conspiracies, the ambitious glances, the calculated postures of those vying for royal favor. This was Stańczyk, court jester, to 3 Polish kings whose name would eventually become synonymous with a rare combination of wit, wisdom, and melancholic insight. Born around 1480 in an era when Poland was emerging as one of Europe's most powerful states, Stańczyk's origins remain obscurely humble. Unlike many historical figures of significance, no detailed records exist of his parentage, education, or early life. Some historical accounts suggest he may have been born in the village of Proszowiec near Krakow, while others hint at origins elsewhere in Lesser Poland. This biographical uncertainty has allowed Stańczyk to become as much myth as man, a canvas onto which later generations would project their own interpretations of wisdom and patriotism. What is known with greater certainty is that by the early 16th century, Stańczyk had secured a position as court jester to Alexander Jagiellon, who ruled as King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania from 1501 to 1506. How a man of apparently common birth obtained such a position remains a matter of speculation. Court records suggest he may have initially gained notice through performances in market squares or at smaller noble gatherings, where his quick wit and political observations distinguished him from typical entertainers. The role of court jester in 16th century Poland differed somewhat from similar positions in Western European courts. While Polish jesters certainly employed physical comedy, music, and traditional foolery, they also operated within a culture that particularly valued clever wordplay, satirical verses, and philosophical wit. The Polish term for jester, błazen, carried connotations not just of foolishness but of socially sanctioned truth-telling, a role that Stańczyk would come to embody more fully than most. Under Alexander Jagiellon, Stańczyk was primarily an entertainer, albeit one who occasionally introduced political commentary into his performances. Court accounts describe juggling, mimicry, and humorous stories as his standard repertoire. Yet even in these early years, courtiers noted his unusual tendency to observe political discussions with careful attention, absorbing information that would later emerge, transformed through wit, in his performances. The political landscape that Stańczyk observed was complex and often treacherous. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth represented one of Europe's largest states, incorporating diverse ethnic, religious, and linguistic groups under a unique political system. Unlike the absolute monarchies developing elsewhere in Europe, Poland operated under a form of noble democracy where the king shared power with an increasingly influential nobility through institutions like the Sejm Parliament. This system created both strengths and vulnerabilities. While it limited royal absolutism and provided early forms of constitutional governance, it also enabled factionalism among competing noble interests, sometimes paralyzing decisive action. External threats from the expanding Ottoman Empire to the south, the Muscovite state to the east, and the Teutonic Knights and later Brandenburg Prussia to the west required strategic vigilance that internal political divisions often undermined. When Alexander Jagiellon died in 1506, he was succeeded by his brother Sigismund I the Old, who would rule until 1548. Under Sigismund's patronage, Stańczyk's role evolved significantly. Court records indicate increased payments and privileges granted to the jester, suggesting growing royal favor. More importantly, chroniclers began recording specific incidents of Stańczyk's wit, preserving examples of how he balanced entertainment with increasingly pointed political commentary. One early documented exchange occurred around 1507 when Sigismund was considering a marriage alliance with a Habsburg princess. During a royal banquet, Stańczyk reportedly performed a skit depicting a farmer carefully closing his stable after his horse had already been stolen. When the king inquired about the meaning, Stańczyk replied, "Just as this fool secures his empty stable, Your Majesty contemplates an alliance after the Habsburgs have already made agreements with your enemies." The comment, while dangerously direct, was delivered with sufficient humour to avoid punishment while successfully conveying a valuable political insight. This pattern, using wit to deliver uncomfortable truths, became Stańczyk's hallmark. Unlike many court jesters who relied primarily on physical comedy or simple wordplay, he developed a sophisticated approach that layered political commentary beneath entertainment. This method allowed him to address subjects that would have been dangerous for regular courtiers to mention, utilizing what historians sometimes call the jester's privilege, the unique license to speak truth to power under the guise of foolery. By the 1510s, Stańczyk's reputation had grown beyond the royal court. Contemporary accounts describe his presence at aristocratic gatherings throughout Krakow, where his performances were sought after not just for entertainment, but for their veiled commentary on current events. During this period, he began developing a distinctive persona. While engaging in expected jesting behavior, he also cultivated an image of melancholic wisdom, occasionally withdrawing from revelry to observe proceedings with a contemplative air. That seemed at odds with his official role. This developing complexity found physical expression in Stańczyk's appearance. Unlike the traditional fool's motley of patchwork colors, he favored a costume of deep crimson, often accessorized with subtle symbols of scholarly learning. Court inventories mention books among his possessions, unusual for an entertainer of the period and suggesting literary interests that extended beyond performance preparation. Some accounts mention his habit of carrying small scrolls or notes from which he would occasionally read satirical verses or aphorisms of his own composition. Stańczyk's relationship with King Sigismund I embodied interesting contradictions. While the jester's role theoretically positioned him as a licensed critic, Sigismund was a monarch with clear ideas about royal authority and dignity. Contemporary observers noted that the king alternated between genuine amusement at Stańczyk's wit and visible irritation when that wit cut too close to sensitive matters of state. Yet repeatedly, when the jester overstepped boundaries that would have meant severe punishment for others, Sigismund chose tolerance, a testament to both the institutional protection of the jester's role and Stańczyk's skill in calibrating his provocations. A pivotal moment in Stańczyk's career came in 1514 when Polish forces suffered a significant defeat against Muscovite troops at the Battle of Orsha. While official court rhetoric attempted to downplay the significance of this setback, Stańczyk used his privileged position to highlight its serious implications. According to court chronicler Marcin Kromer, during post-battle celebrations of a minor victory elsewhere, Stańczyk appeared in mock funeral attire. When questioned by the king, he responded, "We celebrate trivial successes while mourning the greater losses that threaten the eastern borders." This incident solidified Stańczyk's reputation as more than a mere entertainer. Among court observers, he became recognized as a figure who used humor to express political concerns that others dared not voice directly. For some reformist nobles, he represented an ally who could communicate their concerns to the king in ways that circumvented usual diplomatic constraints. For conservative factions, however, he increasingly represented a troublesome influence whose seemingly harmless jests undermined carefully maintained political narratives. The middle years of Sigismund's reign saw Poland facing mounting challenges. Ottoman expansion threatened southern borders, tensions with the Habsburgs complicated Western diplomacy, and internally the growing power of the magnates, the wealthiest nobles, increasingly constrained royal authority. These developments provided rich material for Stańczyk's political commentary, but also increased the risks associated with his truth-telling function. Court records from the 1520s reveal a pattern of intermittent conflicts between Stańczyk and various court officials. On several occasions, powerful nobles lodged formal complaints about the jester's insults disguised as humor, requesting royal intervention. Sigismund's responses varied. Sometimes he temporarily restricted Stańczyk's access to certain court functions, while on other occasions he explicitly defended the jester's traditional license to provoke and critique. One particularly significant conflict occurred in 1525 when Sigismund signed the Treaty of Krakow, effectively secularizing the Teutonic Order's Prussian territories and creating a vassal duchy under Albrecht Hohenzollern. While officially presented as a diplomatic triumph, this agreement had significant long-term implications for Polish security. During celebrations marking the treaty, Stańczyk reportedly performed a skit in which a shepherd proudly presented a wolf in sheep's clothing as his new guard dog. The allegory, transparent to all present, suggested that the treaty had transformed an enemy into a more dangerous form rather than neutralizing the threat. This commentary proved particularly unwelcome to the treaty's chief negotiator, Chancellor Krzysztof Szydłowiecki, who demanded the Jester's punishment for undermining a major diplomatic achievement. According to court correspondence, Sigismund responded with a compromise. Stańczyk would apologize for the specific performance, but retain his position and general license to jest. This incident illustrates both the real limits of the Jester's privilege and the valued role Stańczyk had established, important enough that even powerful nobles could not easily secure his dismissal. The nature of Stańczyk's daily life at court combined elements of privilege and precarity. Unlike most servants or entertainers, he enjoyed freedoms including access to private royal chambers, permission to speak during formal proceedings, and occasionally even a place at the king's table during certain feasts. These privileges reflected his unique cultural position, simultaneously a servant and a sanctioned critic beneath conventional status hierarchies, yet authorized to address them directly. Practically, Stańczyk's duties included regular performances at court banquets and ceremonies, traveling with the royal entourage during processions or diplomatic journeys, and providing private entertainment for the king during periods of illness or political stress. Beyond these formal responsibilities, contemporary accounts suggest he took it upon himself to maintain awareness of political developments throughout the realm, collecting information and observations that informed his satirical commentaries. This information-gathering function represents a little-studied aspect of the court jester's historical role. Positioned outside normal hierarchies, yet with access to multiple social levels, jesters like Stańczyk could serve as conduits for information that might otherwise not reach royal ears. Courtiers, hesitant to deliver unwelcome news directly, might speak more freely in the presence of the court fool, knowing he could potentially communicate concerns to the monarch in less threatening forms. By the 1530s, as Sigismund aged and questions of succession gained prominence, Stańczyk's position grew increasingly complex. The king's son from his second marriage, Sigismund Augustus, born 1520, would eventually inherit the throne, but various factions maneuvered to influence the young prince and secure advantage in the coming transition. In this environment, even jests could carry significant political implications, and Stańczyk navigated these waters with characteristic perception. Court records indicate that the aging jester developed a particular rapport with the young heir, providing entertainment that subtly incorporated lessons in statecraft and political awareness. Queen Bona Sforza, Sigismund Augustus's ambitious and politically active mother, reportedly viewed this relationship with suspicion, concerned that Stańczyk's influence might undermine her own carefully cultivated control over her son's education. These tensions illustrate the paradoxical influence available to court jesters despite their officially marginal status. Through entertainment and seemingly casual conversation, figures like Stańczyk could shape perspectives and communicate ideas that more formal educators might hesitate to express directly. The extent to which Stańczyk consciously exercised this influence remains debatable, but contemporary accounts certainly suggest awareness of his potential impact on the future king's worldview. As Sigismund I's health declined in the 1540s, court records show increasing payments and privileges granted to Stańczyk, suggesting recognition of his long service. When Sigismund Augustus was formally crowned as co-ruler in 1530, though his father continued to reign until 1548, Stańczyk maintained his position, serving both the elderly king and his successor simultaneously. a rare continuity in a court undergoing significant transition. Under this unusual arrangement, Stanchik witnessed firsthand the gradual shift in power dynamics, observing how different factions adjusted their strategies and allegiances in preparation for the coming change in leadership. This period provides some of the most well-documented examples of his political commentary, as the uncertainty of transition created particularly rich material for his satirical observations. One account from 1545 describes a court ceremony where various nobles presented elaborate gifts to the young co-king. Stanchik reportedly arrived with a humble package containing a pair of eyeglasses. When Sigismund Augustus inquired about this odd present, the jester replied, "To help your majesty better distinguish between those who serve Poland and those who serve only themselves." The comment, recorded by a court diarist, exemplifies how Stanchik balanced humor with pointed political insight, delivering uncomfortable truths through the medium of jest. As Sigismund I's reign drew to a close, Stanchik himself was advancing. In years, likely in his 60s by the late 1540s, an advanced age for the period. Contemporary accounts suggest his performances evolved to accommodate his aging body, with less emphasis on physical comedy and greater focus on verbal wit and satirical commentary. Despite these adjustments, his influence at court apparently remained significant, with records indicating continued regular appearances at major court functions. When Sigismund thus died in 1548, leaving Sigismund Augustus as sole ruler, Stanchik faced a potential turning point. New monarchs often dismissed officials associated with previous administrations, preferring to surround themselves with personally chosen advisors and servants. However, court records confirm that Stanchik maintained his position under the new king, suggesting both personal appreciation for his services and recognition of his symbolic importance as a link to the previous reign. Sigismund Augustus's early rule brought significant changes to the Polish court. The young king embraced Renaissance humanism more fully than his father, attracting artists, scholars, and religious reformers to Krakow. This intellectual environment seemingly suited Stanchik's thoughtful approach to his role, with court accounts describing his participation in literary discussions and philosophical debates, unusual activities for someone formerly classified as an entertainer. The final documented years of Stanchik's service, approximately 1548 to 1560, coincided with mounting challenges to Polish stability. Religious tensions stemming from the Protestant Reformation, continuing border conflicts, and internal political divisions tested the new king's leadership. For Stanchik, now in his later years, these developments provided both opportunities for meaningful commentary and increasing cause for the melancholy that would become central to his historical image. One of the most famous anecdotes from this period concerns the loss of Smolensk to Muscovite forces. During a court celebration, Stanchik appeared unusually somber. When the king inquired about his mood, he responded with what would become his most quoted observation: "A fool's hat is worth more than a crown today, because a fool grieves over Smolensk while a king dances." This exchange, whether historically accurate or embellished in later accounts, captures the essence of Stanchik's role as truth-teller and the tensions inherent in speaking uncomfortable realities to power. Court records become increasingly sparse regarding Stanchik's activities after around 1557, suggesting potential retirement or reduced duties due to age. No definitive record of his death exists, though most historical accounts place it around 1560. The absence of detailed documentation regarding his final years and death is not unusual for someone of his social standing, despite his cultural significance. Like many individuals who achieved fame through roles rather than noble birth, the precise conclusion of his life story remains somewhat obscure. What is clear, however, is that even in his own lifetime, Stanchik had begun to transcend his literal role as court jester to embody a larger cultural archetype. Contemporary writings increasingly referred to him as not merely a clever entertainer, but as a symbol of patriotic concern and political wisdom disguised as foolery. This transformation from individual to symbol would accelerate dramatically in the centuries following his death, as Poland faced national catastrophes that gave new resonance to the image of the melancholy jester who saw truths others ignored. We contemplate Stańczyk's remarkable journey from obscure origins to cultural icon. Questions emerge about the nature of his influence and the source of his enduring relevance. How did a court entertainer, officially positioned at the margins of power, develop the moral authority to comment on matters of state? What combination of personal qualities and historical circumstances enabled him to transform the traditionally frivolous role of jester into a position of significant political and cultural impact? And perhaps most intriguingly, what price did Stańczyk pay for his truth-telling function? Behind the bells of his cap and the witty remarks recorded by chroniclers, what personal burdens accompanied the responsibility of speaking uncomfortable truths in environments where such honesty typically carried severe consequences? By the late 1540s, as Stańczyk entered the final decade of his service, the tensions inherent in his position had reached new levels of complexity. Now serving his third Polish king, Sigismund II Augustus, Stańczyk had survived longer in his precarious role than most court jesters of his era. This longevity reflected his exceptional skill in balancing entertainment with critique, provocation with prudence. Yet it also meant that he had accumulated a deep understanding of court politics that was itself potentially dangerous. Knowing too much could be as perilous as saying too much. The Poland of Sigismund Augustus faced multiple converging challenges. Religious divisions stemming from the Protestant Reformation were fracturing the formerly Catholic unity of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Externally, the growing power of Muscovy under Ivan IV, later known as the Terrible, threatened eastern territories, while Ottoman expansion continued to pressure southern borders. Perhaps most consequentially, internal political struggles between the monarchy and increasingly powerful noble factions created governance difficulties that would eventually contribute to Poland's long-term decline. For Stańczyk, these developments created a painful paradox. His accumulated experience and political insight made his commentary more valuable than ever, yet the stakes of speaking uncomfortable truths had never been higher. Court records from this period reveal a pattern of increasing boldness in his political jests, suggesting that the aging jester felt a growing urgency to communicate concerns about Poland's direction, even at personal risk. One particularly documented incident occurred in 1550 during discussions about marital alliances. Sigismund Augustus, whose first wife had died young, was considering various diplomatic marriages. When certain advisors promoted an alliance with Habsburg Austria, Stańczyk reportedly performed a skit depicting a chicken seeking protection from a fox. When questioned by the king, he explained, "The chicken believes the fox's elegant manners make him a safer guardian than the simple barnyard dog. Just as your majesty might mistake Habsburg refinement for reliability, while overlooking more trustworthy but less glamorous allies." This commentary, questioning the wisdom of a potential Habsburg alliance that many powerful councillors supported, represented a significant political intervention disguised as entertainment. Court diaries indicate that several influential nobles took offense, with one reportedly remarking that the fool speaks with excessive wisdom, forgetting that wisdom can be more dangerous than foolishness in certain company. Such reactions highlighted the fundamental paradox of Stańczyk's position. Officially designated as someone whose words need not be taken seriously, he nevertheless wielded substantial influence through his capacity to frame political issues in memorable ways that resonated with audiences. This influence generated resentment among those whose formal advisory roles were supposedly more significant, yet who lacked the jester's license to speak directly on sensitive matters. The daily dangers Steinczyk faced extended beyond mere court displeasure. Physical threats were an ever-present reality for someone who routinely challenged powerful interests. Court records document at least 3 instances between 1547 and 1555 when Steinczyk received anonymous threats warning him to moderate his commentary on specific issues. More alarmingly, a report from 1553 describes an apparent attempt to poison the jester during a banquet, an incident serious enough to prompt a royal investigation, though no culprit was ever officially identified. Such threats required Steinczyk to develop various self-protective strategies. Contemporary accounts describe his habit of varying routines and changing where he dined, suggesting awareness of potential dangers. He reportedly cultivated relationships with common guards and servants who could warn him of plots or suspicious activities. Perhaps most importantly, he carefully calibrated his most pointed critiques to target policies rather than specific individuals whenever possible, reducing the likelihood of personal vendettas. Beyond these practical precautions, Steinczyk's primary protection remained the traditional immunity granted to court fools, what historians sometimes call the jester's privilege. This unwritten but widely recognized custom allowed jesters to speak truths that would be punishable if uttered by others, provided they maintained the pretense of foolery and entertainment. Yet this privilege was neither absolute nor consistently applied. It required constant negotiation and depended heavily on royal favor, which could be withdrawn at any moment. The psychological toll of maintaining this delicate balance must have been substantial. To simultaneously perceive political realities clearly, craft effective commentary on those realities, deliver that commentary in palatable form, and remain vigilant against those who might take offense, all while officially playing the role of a fool, required extraordinary mental discipline and emotional resilience. This psychological burden manifests most visibly in accounts of Steinczyk's increasingly melancholic demeanor during the 1550s. Court chronicles describe periods where he would withdraw from festivities to sit apart, observing proceedings with evident sadness. This behavior, initially puzzling to contemporaries accustomed to jesters as purely comical figures, gradually became recognized as an integral aspect of his persona, the sorrowful fool whose humor emerged from genuine concern rather than mere frivolity. Perhaps the most famous example of this melancholy appears in accounts from 1552, following the loss of several frontier fortresses to Muscovite forces. During subsequent court celebrations, organized partly to distract from these military setbacks, Steinczyk reportedly appeared in his usual red attire, but remained unusually silent. When King Sigismund Augustus eventually inquired about his somber mood, the jester responded, "How can I rejoice when Poland's borders shrink while its internal divisions grow? The king laughs today, but tomorrow may weep for what cannot be recovered." This incident, later immortalized in Jan Matejko's famous 1862 painting Steinczyk, encapsulates the paradoxical position of the truth-telling fool, present at celebrations yet internally removed from them, participating in court rituals while simultaneously critiquing their disconnection from external realities. The jester embodied a unique form of insider-outsider status that enabled particular forms of political commentary. Beyond the psychological challenges of his role, Steinczyk also navigated complex dynamics with the various actors who populated the royal court. His relationship with King Sigismund Augustus combined elements of genuine affection, professional service, and subtle influence. Court records suggest the king valued not only Steinczyk's entertainment abilities, but his political insights, occasionally seeking his perspective on matters when advisors were absent, an unusual degree of access for someone officially classified as a mere entertainer. With court nobles, Stanchik maintained a more cautious relationship. Contemporary accounts describe how he carefully distinguished between different types of aristocrats: those genuinely committed to Poland's interests, those primarily concerned with advancing family power, and those secretly aligned with foreign powers. This discernment informed how he designed his performances, sometimes using humor to expose the inconsistencies or self-interest behind particular nobles' policy positions. Particularly interesting was Stanchik's relationship with foreign diplomats. At the Polish court, as someone officially designated as a fool, he could interact with ambassadors in ways that circumvented normal diplomatic protocols. Several diplomatic dispatches from the period mention encounters with the royal jester, noting his unusual combination of apparent simplicity and penetrating insight. A Venetian ambassador's report from 1554 described him as a fool who speaks foolishly of wise matters and wisely of foolish ones, thereby conveying truths that others dare not utter. This capacity to operate outside normal diplomatic constraints made Stanchik potentially valuable as an unofficial channel of communication. Court records suggest that on at least 2 occasions King Sigismund Augustus deliberately had Stanchik present during sensitive diplomatic discussions, allowing observations to be communicated through jest that would have been inappropriate in formal exchanges. This practice, using the jester as a diplomatic tool, highlights how his marginality paradoxically enabled certain forms of political utility. The religious tensions of the Reformation era posed particular challenges for someone in Stanchik's position. Poland's relatively tolerant approach to religious diversity, formalized in the 1573 Warsaw Confederation, but emerging earlier, meant that the court included Catholics, Protestants of various denominations, and Orthodox Christians. Commenting on religious matters required exceptional care, as jest about faith could easily be interpreted as blasphemy or heresy, charges that even a court jester's privilege might not protect against. Contemporary accounts suggest Stanchik generally avoided direct religious commentary, focusing instead on the political implications of religious conflicts rather than theological matters themselves. When he did address religion, he typically employed ambiguous parables or analogies that could be interpreted differently by various audiences. This careful approach reflected an acute awareness of the heightened dangers surrounding religious discourse during this turbulent period. By the mid-1550s, Stanchik, now likely in his 70s, faced the physical challenges of aging while maintaining his demanding role. Court records show adjustments to his performance style, with less emphasis on physically demanding comedy and greater focus on verbal wit and storytelling. These adaptations allowed him to continue functioning effectively despite advancing age, preserving his influence even as his physical capabilities declined. The final documented years of Stanchik's life coincided with significant developments in Polish governance. The childless Sigismund Augustus increasingly focused on securing the future of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth through constitutional reforms, eventually culminating in the 1569 Union of Lublin, though Stanchik would not live to see this. These efforts to strengthen the state while balancing royal power and noble privileges presented rich material for political commentary, which the aging jester continued to provide despite growing physical frailty. The last clearly dated reference to Stanchik in court records appears in 1559, describing his performance during celebrations marking a diplomatic agreement with the Livonian Confederation. After this point, documentation becomes sparse, with no definitive record of his death, though most historians place it around 1560. This documentary silence is not unusual for someone of his social status. Despite his cultural significance, Stanchik remained formally classified as a servant, whose passing would not necessarily generate the official recognition accorded to nobles or high officials. What is remarkable, however, is how quickly Stanchik began to transform from historical figure to cultural symbol after his death. By the 1570s, barely a decade after his presumed passing, contemporary writings already referred to him not just as a specific individual, but as an archetype of wise foolery and patriotic concern. Phrases like "speaking like Stańczyk" or "playing Stańczyk" entered Polish vernacular to describe the act of delivering uncomfortable truths through humor or indirect speech. This rapid transformation from person to symbol reflected both Stańczyk's actual historical impact and Poland's need for cultural figures who embody particular national virtues. As the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth entered what historians would later call its golden age under the elective monarchy established after Sigismund Augustus's death, Stańczyk's memory provided a useful reference point for discussing the relationship between truth, power, and national interest. The symbolic Stańczyk gained even greater significance during Poland's subsequent troubles. When the nation began experiencing serious military and political setbacks in the mid-17th century, culminating in the catastrophic deluge, Swedish invasion of 1655–1660, Stańczyk's reported warnings about prioritizing internal reform over external display seemed prophetic. His melancholy, once perceived as mere temperamental peculiarity, was reinterpreted as profound foresight regarding Poland's future challenges. By the 18th century, as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth faced terminal decline, culminating in the partitions 1772, 1793 and 1795 that erased Poland from the map of Europe for 123 years, Stańczyk had been fully transformed into a symbol of unfulfilled warnings and painful national self-awareness. His historical actuality became less important than his symbolic function as the truth-teller whose advice went unheeded until it was too late. This symbolic Stańczyk reached its apotheosis in the 19th century through Jan Matejko's famous 1862 painting, which depicts the Jester sitting alone in melancholic contemplation while court celebrations continue in the background. This visual representation, created during Poland's partition period, powerfully conveyed the painful wisdom of recognizing threatening realities that others choose to ignore. The painting transformed Stańczyk from a largely literary symbol into a visual icon immediately recognizable to all educated Poles. What does this symbolic afterlife tell us about Stańczyk's actual historical experience? While we must distinguish between the historical person and the cultural construct that developed after his death, the rapid transformation of Stańczyk into a national symbol suggests that even during his lifetime, he had come to represent something larger than his official role, a voice of patriotic concern and uncomfortable truth-telling that resonated beyond the immediate context of court entertainment. The perils Stańczyk faced in speaking truth to power were therefore both personal and systemic. Beyond the immediate dangers of offending powerful individuals lay the broader challenge of communicating unwelcome perspectives within political systems structurally resistant to certain forms of truth. His enduring significance stems not just from his wit or his courage, but from his navigation of this fundamental political dilemma: how to make power hear what it prefers not to acknowledge. As we contemplate Stańczyk's remarkable career and its perils, a question emerges with particular relevance to our own time. What role do sanctioned truth-tellers play in political systems? Do contemporary democracies have functional equivalents to the court jester, figures granted special license to speak uncomfortable truths through indirect means? And if such figures exist, do they face modern versions of the perils that Stańczyk navigated in 16th century Poland? These questions invite us to consider not only Stańczyk's historical significance, but the enduring challenges of speaking truth to power across different political systems and historical eras. The jester's cap may have evolved into different forms, but the fundamental tension between power and truth that Stańczyk embodied remains a central dynamic in political life, a dynamic that continues to create both opportunities and dangers for those who, like the melancholy fool of Polish history, choose to speak what others dare not say. On a cold January night in 1560, as snowflakes gathered on the windowsills of Wawel Castle, an elderly man in faded crimson sat alone in his modest chamber, penning what would be his final satirical verses. Stańczyk, now approaching 80 years of age, had served 3 Polish kings over a span of nearly 6 decades. Though his hands had grown gnarled with arthritis, and his once sharp eyes required squinting to see his own writing, his mind remained as incisive as ever. The poem taking shape before him addressed Poland's failure to reform its military structure despite mounting external threats, a concern he had raised repeatedly throughout his long career, often to limited effect. While no historical record confirms this specific scene, it represents a plausible conclusion to Stańczyk's remarkable life based on what we know of his final years. Court accounts from 1559-1560 mention his increasingly limited physical mobility, but continued mental acuity, with several references to written satires circulated among courtiers when the aging jester could no longer perform as actively as in earlier decades. What gives this imagined scene particular poignancy is the question it raises. What thoughts might have occupied Stańczyk as he contemplated both his personal legacy and the future of the nation he had served through jest and
earnest warning alike?
Having witnessed the reigns of Alexander Jagiellon, Sigismund I the Old, and Sigismund II Augustus, he had observed firsthand both Poland's greatest achievements and the early signs of problems that would eventually contribute to its decline. How might he have assessed the impact of his life's work as a licensed truth-teller in a political system increasingly resistant to necessary reforms? Records suggest Stańczyk died sometime in early 1560, with his passing noted briefly in court, accounts that authorized a modest pension for his widow. Unlike the elaborate funerals accorded to nobles or high officials, Stańczyk's burial was likely simple, reflecting his formal status as a court servant despite his cultural significance. A notation in church records from Krakow mentions burial services for Stańczyk, royal jester, in February 1560, providing one of the few concrete details about the conclusion of his life. What happened next, however, was anything but simple or modest. Almost immediately following his death, Stańczyk began to undergo a transformation from historical individual to cultural symbol. This process, unusually rapid even by the standards of legendary figures, reflected both his actual impact during life and Poland's particular need for symbols that embodied certain national characteristics and concerns. By the 1570s, barely a decade after his death, contemporary writings already referred to Stańczyk as something more than a specific historical figure. The phrase "speaking like Stańczyk" entered Polish vernacular to describe the act of delivering uncomfortable truths through humor or indirect means. Political commentators invoked his name when criticizing court policies, suggesting that even the fool would have recognized certain follies. These references indicate that Stańczyk had quickly become shorthand for a particular kind of political insight, one that combined patriotic concern with the ability to perceive realities that conventional wisdom preferred to ignore. This symbolic transformation accelerated during the tumultuous decades that followed Stańczyk's death. The childless Sigismund II Augustus died in 1572, ending the Jagiellon dynasty that had ruled Poland for 2 centuries. The subsequent establishment of an elective monarchy where kings were chosen by the nobility rather than inheriting the throne created new political dynamics that both strengthened the Commonwealth in some ways and introduced vulnerabilities in others. During this period of political experimentation, Stańczyk's memory provided a useful reference point for discussing the relationship between truth, power, and national interest. Writers and political theorists of the late 16th century increasingly portrayed him not merely as an entertainer, but as a patriotic truth-teller whose jests had contained serious wisdom about Poland's governance challenges. Perhaps the most significant early contribution to Stańczyk's legend came from the poet Jan Kochanowski, whose work sometimes referenced the Jester as a symbol of wisdom disguised as folly. Though Kochanowski never wrote extended pieces specifically about Stańczyk, his occasional allusions helped establish the Jester's place in Poland's cultural pantheon, alongside more conventional heroes and statesmen. As Poland entered the 17th century, Stańczyk's symbolic significance continued to evolve in response to changing national circumstances. The early 1600s saw the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth reach its greatest territorial extent, seemingly validating the political structures established after the Jagiellon era. Yet this expansion masked growing internal weaknesses. The liberum veto, which allowed any single noble to block legislation, increasingly paralyzed the same, while magnate families accumulated power that rivaled the elected monarchy. When these internal weaknesses combined with external pressures to produce serious national setbacks, particularly during the catastrophic deluge Swedish invasion of 1655 to 1660 that devastated large portions of Poland, Stańczyk's reported warnings about prioritizing internal reform over external display acquired an almost prophetic quality in popular imagination. Writers of this period portrayed him as having foreseen Poland's vulnerabilities decades before they became catastrophically apparent. By the 18th century, as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth faced terminal decline culminating in the partitions, 1772, 1793 and 1795, that erased Poland from the map of Europe for 123 years, Stańczyk had been fully transformed into a symbol of unfulfilled warnings and painful national self-awareness. His actual historical words and actions became less important than his symbolic function as the truth-teller whose advice went unheeded until it was too late. This symbolic role acquired particular resonance during the partition period, 1795-1918, when Polish national identity had to be maintained without the framework of an independent state. In this context, cultural figures who embodied distinctively Polish characteristics became especially important as carriers of national memory and identity. Stańczyk, with his combination of sharp wit, melancholic wisdom, and patriotic concern, provided a particularly useful symbol for a nation forced to express its political aspirations indirectly under foreign rule. The definitive visual representation of this symbolic Stańczyk came through Jan Matejko's famous 1862 painting, which depicts the Jester sitting alone in melancholic contemplation while court celebrations continue in the background. Created during Poland's partition period by the nation's greatest historical painter, this image powerfully conveyed the painful wisdom of recognizing threatening realities that others choose to ignore. The painting transformed Stańczyk from a largely literary symbol into a visual icon immediately recognizable to all educated Poles. Matejko's interpretation, which emphasized Stańczyk's melancholy rather than his humor, reflected both 19th century romantic sensibilities and the specific needs of Polish national memory during foreign occupation. The image suggested that true patriotism might sometimes require somber recognition of uncomfortable realities rather than comforting illusions, a message particularly relevant for a nation struggling to maintain its identity under imperial rule. When Poland regained independence in 1918 following World War I, Stańczyk remained a significant cultural reference point, though with somewhat altered emphasis. During the interwar period, 1918-1939, Polish intellectuals debated what lessons from history should guide the rebuilt state. Some invoked Stańczyk as a symbol of necessary criticism and self-examination, while others questioned whether his melancholic perspective remained appropriate for a nation that needed confidence after centuries of partition. This debate reflected a broader tension in Polish political culture between critical self-examination and national affirmation, a tension that Stańczyk himself had embodied through his combination of patriotic concern and willingness to acknowledge uncomfortable truths. The interwar discussions demonstrated how thoroughly the historical Jester had been transformed into a symbol capable of representing complex national characteristics and dilemmas. World War II and the subsequent communist period, 1945-1989, added new dimensions to Stańczyk's symbolic significance. Under Nazi occupation, 1939-1945, Polish underground publications sometimes used his image to represent the spirit of resistance through cultural memory. During the communist era, official attitudes towards Stańczyk were ambivalent. While his critical perspective aligned with certain Marxist approaches to pre-partition Polish history, his association with national traditions made him potentially subversive in a Soviet-dominated context. Unofficial and dissident cultural expressions during this period often drew on Stańczyk's legacy, particularly his ability to communicate political truths through indirect means. Just as the historical Jester had used humor and analogy to speak dangerous truths at court, Polish artists and intellectuals under communism developed sophisticated techniques for embedding critical messages within seemingly innocuous cultural forms. This parallel was not lost on contemporary observers who sometimes explicitly referenced Stańczyk when discussing the role of artists and intellectuals under authoritarian conditions. Since Poland's return to democracy in 1989, Stańczyk has continued to evolve as a cultural reference point, appearing in contexts ranging from serious political commentary to popular entertainment. Academic historians have worked to distinguish the historical figure from the accumulated symbolic meanings, while artists and writers have found new relevance in his combination of wit, melancholy, and political insight. This remarkable symbolic afterlife, spanning over 450 years since Stańczyk's death, raises important questions about what made this particular court jester so uniquely resonant in Polish cultural memory. While other historical jesters might be remembered for specific jests or anecdotes, few have achieved Stańczyk's status as a national symbol capable of representing complex ideas about political truth-telling and patriotic wisdom. Several factors help explain this exceptional cultural persistence. First, Stańczyk's career coincided with a pivotal period in Polish history, the final decades of Jagiellon rule that preceded the Commonwealth's greatest territorial expansion, but also established patterns that would contribute to later decline. This timing allowed his memory to be invoked in discussions of both Polish greatness and the roots of subsequent national challenges. Second, the particular combination of characteristics attributed to Stańczyk, sharp wit, melancholic insight, and patriotic concern, created a multifaceted symbol adaptable to different historical contexts. Depending on national circumstances, cultural works could emphasize his humorous side, his melancholy, or his patriotism, allowing the symbol to remain relevant across changing conditions. Third, Stańczyk's official role as court jester provided a powerful metaphor for the broader relationship between truth and power in political systems. The jester's traditional license to speak uncomfortable truths through indirect means resonated across different political contexts, from absolute monarchy to foreign occupation to communist rule, making Stańczyk a persistently useful reference point for discussing the politics of truth-telling. This symbolic richness should not, however, obscure our understanding of the actual historical figure and the very real dangers he navigated. Beyond the cultural construct that developed after his death, the historical Stanchik faced genuine perils in fulfilling his truth-telling function. The documented threats against him, the poisoning attempt, and the periodic royal displeasure all testify to the hazards inherent in speaking uncomfortable truths, even when partially protected by the jester's traditional privilege. These dangers highlight a fundamental political reality that transcends specific historical contexts. Power typically resists certain forms of truth, creating structural barriers against messages that challenge established narratives or expose uncomfortable realities. Stanchik's enduring significance stems partly from his navigation of this universal dilemma, finding ways to communicate necessary but unwelcome perspectives within systems structurally inclined to reject them. The methods Stanchik employed to navigate these dangers offer insights that remain relevant across different political contexts. His use of humor to make difficult messages more palatable, his careful targeting of policies rather than individuals when possible, his employment of analogies and parables to create interpretive flexibility, and his cultivation of personal relationships that provided some protection against enemies. All these techniques represent sophisticated responses to the challenges of political truth-telling. Perhaps most significantly, Stanchik's legacy illuminates the psychological burdens that accompany the role of sanctioned critic. The melancholy for which he became famous, memorably captured in Mateko's painting, reflects the emotional cost of perceiving problems that others ignore or deny. To see clearly while maintaining the capacity to function within systems resistant to certain forms of clarity requires a particular kind of psychological resilience, one that may indeed produce the mixture of insight and sorrow that characterized Stanchik's later years. This psychological dimension has particular resonance in our contemporary information environment, where the challenges of communicating inconvenient truths take new forms but remain fundamentally similar to those Stanchik faced. Modern truth-tellers, whether investigative journalists, whistleblowers, satirists, or academic researchers, navigate their own versions of the tension between necessary critique and institutional resistance. While their formal protections may differ from the traditional jester's privilege, the core dynamics of risk, resistance, and resilience remain remarkably consistent. As we reflect on Stanchik's legacy, a question emerges about the relationship between individual truth-tellers and broader social change. The melancholic dimension of Stanchik's image suggests a recognition of limited impact, an awareness that speaking truth does not automatically translate into corrective action. Yet, his persistence in this role, despite its apparent futility, represents a form of faith in the long-term value of truth-telling, even when immediate effects seem negligible. This tension between apparent futility and underlying purpose characterizes many forms of political truth-telling across different contexts. The court jester who continues to offer unwelcome insights despite being repeatedly ignored, the journalist who documents abuses of power without seeing immediate accountability, the activist who raises awareness of problems that remain unaddressed, all navigate this space between necessary witness and practical impact. Stanchik's enduring cultural significance suggests that such efforts, even when they fail to produce immediate change, contribute to longer processes of social awareness and potential reform. His warnings about Polish governance problems may not have prevented the Commonwealth's eventual collapse, but they created reference points that later generations could use to understand that collapse and potentially avoid similar patterns. The truth-teller's impact often emerges not in the moment of speaking, but in the gradual development of collective understanding that speech makes possible. In this sense, Stanchik's legacy transcends both his historical specificity and his symbolic afterlife to illuminate something fundamental about political truth-telling across different contexts. The melancholy fool who speaks necessary but unwelcome truths through indirect means Risking personal consequences while recognizing the limits of individual impact represents a recurring social role that takes different forms across political systems and historical periods. But this role often comes with significant personal cost, as Stanchik's experiences demonstrate, raises important questions about social responsibility toward truth-tellers. If societies benefit from having members willing to risk personal consequences to communicate necessary but unwelcome truths, do they not also have obligations to protect those individuals from the most severe forms of retaliation? The historical Stanchik's reliance on traditional Jester's privilege, imperfect and inconsistent as it was, represented a pre-modern version of the protections that contemporary democratic societies attempt to extend to journalists, whistleblowers, and other truth-tellers. As we contemplate Stanchik's remarkable journey from historical court jester to enduring cultural symbol, perhaps his most valuable legacy lies in this illustration of both the necessity and the cost of political truth-telling. The melancholy in Mateko's famous portrayal need not represent defeat. It might instead reflect the clear-eyed acceptance that speaking necessary truths comes with no guarantee of being heard, yet remains necessary nonetheless. In a world where convenient falsehoods often seem more immediately rewarding than uncomfortable truths, Stanchik's legacy reminds us that societies need their truth-tellers, however inconvenient their messages might be. The jester's cap, with its jingling bells that both attract attention and disguise serious intent, represents not merely a historical costume, but an enduring approach to one of democracy's most fundamental challenges: how to make power hear what it prefers not to acknowledge. For those who undertake this challenging role in our own time, whether through journalism, art, scholarship, comedy, or other forms, Stanchik's example offers both inspiration and caution. The inspiration lies in his demonstration that speaking truth to power, however difficult, remains possible through creativity, courage, and strategic communication. The caution appears in his melancholy, which reminds us that such speech often comes with personal costs and limited immediate impact. Yet the very persistence of Stanchik's cultural memory, the fact that we continue to reference a court jester who died over 450 years ago, suggests that truth-telling matters beyond its immediate consequences. The words and actions of those willing to speak uncomfortable realities can resonate across centuries, providing reference points that help future generations navigate their own challenges of power and truth. In that resonance lies perhaps the most hopeful aspect of Stanchik's legacy: the suggestion that speaking truth, even when it appears futile or dangerous in the moment, contributes to an intergenerational conversation that extends far beyond individual lifespans. The melancholy fool of 16th century Poland could not have anticipated that his name would become synonymous with political wisdom and patriotic concern for centuries to come. Yet that enduring significance testifies to the lasting impact of his courage in speaking what others dared not say. In the dusty streets of ancient Rome, as the morning sun began to climb over the 7 hills, a particular kind of performer prepared for his day's work. Unlike the respected actors of formal theatre who donned elaborate masks to portray tragic heroes from Greek mythology, this entertainer applied simple white makeup to his face, dressed in a colourful but unassuming tunic, and reviewed the unwritten scenarios that would guide his improvised performances. He was a mimus, a mime performer, whose art form occupied a complex and often dangerous position in Roman society, simultaneously popular and disreputable, influential and vulnerable, entertaining and subversive. The origins of Roman mime traced back to the earliest days of the city itself, evolving from Etruscan and Greek influences while developing distinctive characteristics that reflected Rome's unique cultural landscape. Unlike modern mime, focused primarily on silent movement, Ancient Roman mime combined physical comedy, dialogue, music, and dance in performances that ranged from simple street entertainment to elaborate stage productions. What distinguished mimes from conventional theatrical performances was their emphasis on contemporary subjects, direct engagement with audiences, and willingness to address taboo topics that formal theatre typically avoided. To understand the precarious position of mime performers in Roman society, we must first recognize how dramatically their art form departed from traditional Roman values. Early Rome was characterized by a culture that prized dignity, dignitas, seriousness, gravitas, and moral rectitude, qualities directly at odds with the raucous, often obscene content of mime performances. This tension between conventional morality and popular entertainment created the first layer of danger for mime performers. By their very profession, they positioned themselves outside the boundaries of respectable society. The Roman mime tradition likely originated as a religious practice, with early performances connected to agricultural festivals and fertility rites. Archaeological evidence suggests that as early as the 4th century BCE, Italic peoples engaged in ritual performances that combined dance, music, and mime to ensure good harvests and honor rural deities. These performances, while containing elements that modern observers might consider vulgar or obscene, were sanctified by their religious context, fertility symbols, and sexual references serving sacred rather than merely entertainment purposes. As Rome expanded from a small city-state to a dominant Mediterranean power between the 5th and 3rd centuries BCE, these rural traditions were gradually transformed. When brought into urban contexts and separated from their original religious frameworks, mime performances retained their bawdy characteristics but lost their sacred justification. What had been ritually appropriate in a religious festival became scandalous when performed in urban streets and eventually in theatres. By the late Republic, 1st century BCE, mime had evolved into a recognized, if controversial, form of public entertainment. Julius Caesar apparently appreciated these performances, with historical records indicating he sponsored mime competitions during his dictatorship. This imperial patronage continued under Augustus and subsequent emperors, creating a paradoxical situation where mime was simultaneously officially supported yet morally suspect, a contradiction that placed performers in a perpetually uncertain position. The daily life of a Roman mime performer varied dramatically depending on their status within the profession. At the bottom of this hierarchy were street performers who worked in marketplaces, outside temples, or at crossroads where crowds naturally gathered. These individuals, often slaves or freed persons of the lowest social status, performed short, simple routines designed to earn small donations from passers-by. Their performances typically relied heavily on physical comedy, exaggerated facial expressions, and basic stock characters easily recognized by all social classes. Street mimes faced numerous everyday hazards. City authorities periodically cleared undesirable elements from public spaces, forcing performers to quickly gather their meager possessions and relocate. Theft was a constant concern, as crowds, attracted by performances, created ideal conditions for pickpockets, who sometimes worked in cooperation with performers in organized criminal operations. Physical dangers included everything from accidental injuries during acrobatic routines to deliberate violence from displeased audience members or rival performers competing for premium locations. A step above street performers were traveling, mime troupes that moved between smaller Italian towns and provincial cities. These groups, typically consisting of 5 to 10 performers with complementary skills, offered more elaborate shows in temporary wooden structures erected in town squares or at local festivals. Such troupes often developed recognizable performance styles and repertoires that became their brand, allowing them to build reputations that preceded their arrival in new locations. Traveling performers faced their own unique set of dangers. Roman roads, while engineering marvels, remained hazardous due to banditry and natural obstacles. Provincial authorities might welcome mime troops or expel them, depending on local customs, religious sensitivities, or simply the mood of individual officials. Cultural and linguistic differences created additional challenges when performing for audiences outside central Italy, requiring adaptability and quick assessment of what would please unfamiliar crowds. At the top of the mime hierarchy stood performers, attached to permanent theatres in major cities, particularly Rome itself. These professionals, while still considered morally suspect, could achieve significant wealth and a certain kind of fame. Names of successful mime performers occasionally appear in surviving literature and inscriptions, suggesting that the most talented could transcend the general anonymity that characterized lower levels of the profession. The career of Publilius Cyrus exemplifies the potential for exceptional success within this precarious profession. Born a Syrian slave in the 1st century BCE, Publilius displayed such talent for mime performance that his master provided him with an education. Eventually freed, he went on to win a theatrical contest sponsored by Julius Caesar, defeating the renowned Roman playwright Liberius. Beyond performance, Publilius composed literary mimes, written scenarios for performances, and collections of moral maxims that were sufficiently respected to be used in education for centuries afterward. His remarkable journey from slave to celebrated performer and writer demonstrates the potential for social mobility that mime sometimes offered, though such dramatic advancement remained exceedingly rare. For female performers, the dangers of mime work were significantly magnified by gender-specific vulnerabilities. Roman society's strict expectations for female behavior made women who performed publicly objects of particular moral condemnation. The term mime, female mime performers, carried implications of sexual availability beyond mere theatrical work. Legal disabilities reinforced this stigma. Under Augustus's moral legislation, upper-class Romans were prohibited from marrying performers, and children of such unions faced inheritance restrictions. Despite, or perhaps because of, these restrictions, certain female mime performers achieved remarkable prominence. Theodora, who would eventually become empress through her marriage to Justinian in the 6th century CE, began her career as a mime actress in Constantinople. Before her extraordinary social elevation, she experienced the typical hardships of female performers, including extreme poverty and sexual exploitation. Her exceptional case illustrates both the depths from which talented performers might rise and the extraordinary rarity of such dramatic social advancement. The content of mime performances ranged from relatively innocent comedy to material that shocked even Rome's generally permissive standards. Scenarios frequently involved stock characters: the cunning slave, the foolish old man, the unfaithful wife, the boastful soldier, or the parasitus, professional dinner guest who earned meals through flattery and entertainment. These familiar types allowed audiences to quickly grasp the basic situation, while skilled performers added unique touches that distinguished their interpretations. What made mime particularly dangerous as a profession was its engagement with contemporary issues, including politics. Unlike formal tragedy or comedy, which typically addressed mythological subjects or generalized social types, mime frequently incorporated references to current events and recognizable public figures. While rarely engaging in direct political criticism, which would have invited immediate suppression, mime performers developed sophisticated techniques for indirect commentary that audiences could recognize, while performers maintained plausible deniability. A surviving account from Macrobius describes how the mime actor Datus, performing under Nero, made a drinking gesture while singing "Farewell, Father, Farewell, Mother," a clear reference to Nero's poisoning of his adoptive father. Claudius, and plotting against his mother Agrippina, When audiences recognized the illusion and reacted, Datus added another line about Nero sending them all to hell while miming swimming motions, referring to Nero's unsuccessful attempt to drown his mother. This dangerous political commentary resulted in Datus's exile, demonstrating the very real risks of even indirect criticism of imperial power. Another distinctive aspect of mime that increased its danger was the absence of masks. Traditional Roman theatrical performances featured actors wearing masks that represented standard character types. Mime performers, in contrast, performed with bare faces, though often whitened with makeup, allowing for nuanced facial expressions but also making them personally identifiable. This visibility created a direct connection with audiences but removed a layer of protection when performances ventured into controversial territory. The venues for mime performances evolved over time, reflecting the art form's changing status within Roman entertainment culture. During the late Republic and early Empire, mimes typically performed as afterpieces following more respectable theatrical presentations, providing light relief after serious drama. By the 2nd century CE, mime had become popular enough to command entire performances in its own right, occupying major theatres and amphitheatres previously reserved for traditional drama. This evolution generated tension with traditional theatrical forms and practitioners. Serious actors and playwrights often expressed contempt for mime performers, considering them vulgar corrupters of theatrical traditions. Cicero, while occasionally enjoying mime performances, described them as suitable.
Only for the laughter of the crowd, not the judgment of the discerning.
Such attitudes reinforced the precarious social standing of mime performers who achieved popular success while remaining critically dismissed by cultural elites. The relationship between mime performers and Roman authorities remained consistently ambivalent. Various emperors, from Augustus through Constantine, attempted to regulate mime performances through periodic edicts, limiting content or restricting performance locations. These regulations were sporadically enforced, creating an environment of unpredictable risk where performers might be ignored for years before suddenly facing punishment for long-tolerated content when political winds shifted. During periods of particular religious or social tension, mime performers often became convenient scapegoats. Emperor Domitian expelled actors from Rome during his moral reform campaign. Tiberius banished mime performers following a scandal involving one troupe. These periodic purges reinforced the marginal status of performers and created economic hardship for those suddenly deprived of livelihood, often with minimal warning or legal recourse. The mime performer's body itself became both professional instrument and source of vulnerability. Physical training began early, often during childhood, with aspiring performers developing skills in acrobatics, dance, and precise gestural language. This training created distinctive physical capabilities, but also potential for injury, with performers risking their bodily well-being for audience entertainment. Contemporary medical texts occasionally mention treatments for injuries specific to performers, including dislocations from acrobatic mishaps and vocal strain. Beyond physical risks, performers faced significant health challenges from their lifestyle. Traveling between cities exposed them to various diseases, while irregular eating and sleeping patterns undermined general health. The psychological stress of constantly adapting to new audiences, managing unpredictable crowd reactions, and navigating changing political sensitivities created additional burdens rarely acknowledged in historical accounts, focused primarily on performance content rather than performers' lived experiences. Despite these many dangers and disadvantages, mime persisted and even thrived throughout the Roman period, suggesting it fulfilled important social functions beyond mere entertainment. By addressing topics excluded from more respectable discourse, mime created spaces where uncomfortable realities could be acknowledged, if only through humor and exaggeration. Its accessibility to all social classes made it one of the few cultural forms shared across Roman society's rigid hierarchies. Mime's persistent popularity, despite official disapproval and periodic suppression, demonstrates how entertainment could function as a form of cultural resistance within highly stratified societies. While rarely directly challenging political authority, mime performances created temporary spaces where conventional rules and hierarchies could be questioned, inverted, or satirized. This subversive potential explains both why authorities periodically attempted to control mime and why such control remained consistently incomplete. As the Western Roman Empire declined during the 4th and 5th centuries CE, mime underwent significant transformations. Christian authorities increasingly condemned theatrical performances generally, and mime specifically for its association with pagan practices and moral corruption. St. Augustine, who admitted in his Confessions to having enjoyed theatrical performances in his youth, later preached against them as spiritually dangerous distractions from religious contemplation. Despite this growing religious opposition, mime demonstrated remarkable adaptability, gradually incorporating Christian elements while maintaining its essential characteristics. By the 6th century, mime performances occasionally included biblical scenarios alongside traditional comic plots, a syncretism that horrified religious purists but helped the art form survive during transitional periods. This adaptability, which had helped mime navigate changing political circumstances throughout Roman history, enabled aspects of the tradition to persist even as the empire itself dissolved. The legacy of Roman mime extended far beyond antiquity, influencing medieval performance, traditions throughout Europe, and eventually contributing to the development of commedia dell'arte in Renaissance Italy. Performance techniques, stock characters, and even specific scenarios from Roman mime found new life in these later traditions, demonstrating the remarkable persistence of performance practices even across major historical and cultural transitions. As we consider the dangerous world inhabited by Roman mime performers, questions emerge about the relationship between artistic expression and social constraint. How did these performers navigate the contradictory demands of entertaining audiences, avoiding political persecution, and maintaining economic survival? What techniques allowed them to communicate potentially subversive content while minimizing personal risk? And what can their experiences tell us about the broader relationship between entertainment and power across different historical contexts? These questions invite us to look beyond the content of mime performances to consider the lived experiences of performers themselves, individuals who daily navigated physical danger, social marginalization, economic uncertainty, and political risk to practice their art form. By examining their strategies for survival and occasional flourishing despite these challenges, we gain insight into how creative expression persists even in environments hostile to its practitioners. Historical records confirm that mime performers did occasionally suffer severe consequences for political transgressions. The poet Juvenal mentions performers exiled for mocking prominent citizens, while the historian Suetonius documents Emperor Caligula ordering a mime playwright burned alive in the arena for a single line that could be interpreted as criticism. Such extreme punishments were rare, but served as powerful reminders of the risks inherent in public performance. The physical dangers of mime performance extended beyond political repercussions. The nature of the art form itself, combining acrobatics, dance, and exaggerated movements, created significant risk of injury. Unlike modern performance venues with safety measures, ancient stages featured hard wooden platforms, minimal backstage space, and dangerous proximity to audience areas. Falls, collisions, and strains were occupational hazards, with more elaborate performances increasing both entertainment value and physical risk. Medical writings from the Roman period occasionally reference treatments specific to performers' injuries. The physician Galen mentions poultices for muscle strains common among dancers and mimes, while Celsus describes techniques for relocating dislocated shoulders, an injury particularly associated with acrobatic performances. These references highlight how the mime performer's body served simultaneously as their primary professional tool and their most vulnerable asset. Beyond physical injury, mime performers faced significant health challenges from their lifestyle. Traveling between cities exposed them to various diseases, with public performers particularly vulnerable to contagions due to close contact with diverse audiences. Irregular eating and sleeping patterns undermined general health, while the use of toxic substances in makeup and costume preparations, including lead-based white face paint, created long-term poisoning risks rarely acknowledged in historical accounts. The psychological dimension of the mime performer's existence added another layer of vulnerability. Working in a profession despised by social elites, yet demanded by popular appetite, created a cognitively dissonant existence. Performers needed to maintain public personas that projected confidence and humor while navigating personal insecurity and social marginalization. This tension between public performance and private experience created psychological stresses rarely acknowledged in ancient sources focused primarily on performance content rather than performers' subjective experiences. For female mime performers, the dangers multiplied significantly. The term mima, female mime performer, carried such strong connotations of sexual availability that it functioned almost as a synonym for prostitution in certain contexts. The Augustan moral legislation formalized this stigma by prohibiting upper-class Romans from marrying performers and placing inheritance restrictions on children from such unions. This legal framework reinforced the perception that female performers existed outside the bounds of respectable society. Archaeological evidence confirms the precarious social position of female performers. Funerary inscriptions for mime typically include defensive language justifying their personal virtue despite their profession, suggesting these women remained acutely aware of their compromised social standing even in death. One notable example from Aquileia commemorates Basilla, mime actress, who lived chastely. The explicit mention of chastity indicating how automatically its absence was assumed for women in her profession. Nevertheless, historical sources confirm that certain female mime performers achieved remarkable prominence despite these obstacles. Theodora, before becoming empress through her marriage to Justinian, began her career as a mime actress in Constantinople. Contemporary accounts describe her early life of extreme poverty and exploitation, including participation in sexually explicit performances that later Christian chroniclers found horrifying. Her exceptional rise from these circumstances to imperial power remains one of history's most dramatic instances of social mobility, and perhaps the ultimate example of a performer transcending the limitations traditionally associated with the profession. The economic realities of mime performance created additional vulnerabilities. Payment structures varied dramatically depending on a performer's status and the performance context. Street performers relied entirely on voluntary donations, creating extreme income instability. Traveling troupes typically negotiated flat fees, with local officials or festival organizers providing more predictable compensation but requiring careful budgeting between engagements. Even successful performers attached to permanent theaters experienced significant income fluctuations based on public favor and political climate. This economic precarity meant that many performers lived perpetually on the edge of destitution, particularly during periods of official suppression or public health crises that closed performance venues. Without formal social support systems, performers relied on informal networks of mutual aid, often forming guild-like associations, collegia, that provided limited assistance during periods of hardship. Inscriptional evidence confirms the existence of these performer associations in major cities, suggesting they served both professional networking and basic welfare functions. The legal status of mime performers added another layer of vulnerability. Roman law classified performers among the infames, individuals subject to various civic disabilities due to their disreputable occupations. These legal restrictions included limitations on bringing legal actions, restrictions on appearing as witnesses, and vulnerability to various forms of physical punishment from which more respectable citizens were exempt. This diminished legal standing meant that crimes against performers often went unpunished, creating an environment where they could be victimized with minimal consequence. Historical sources document numerous instances of violence against performers, ranging from audience members throwing objects during disappointing shows to deliberate assaults by individuals offended by particular content. Apuleius describes an incident where a wealthy citizen arranged the beating of a mime who had mocked him during a performance, with local authorities declining to intervene due to the victim's low social standing. Such accounts underscore how legal vulnerabilities translated into physical danger for those in the profession. Despite these many risks, mime attracted participants across multiple generations, suggesting it offered compensatory advantages that historical accounts, typically written by social elites hostile to the profession, often overlooked. For individuals of low social status, particularly those without specialized technical skills or family connections, performance offered one of the few available paths to potential advancement and economic opportunity. Even with its dangers, mime provided more agency and potential reward than many alternatives available to the lower classes, slaves, and freed persons who populated its ranks. The community formed among performers represented another unacknowledged benefit. Despite competition for audiences and performance opportunities, mime troupes typically functioned as close-knit social units, providing emotional support and practical assistance that mitigated some of the profession's inherent insecurities. Inscriptional evidence occasionally refers to performer groups using familial terminology, suggesting these professional associations sometimes evolved into surrogate family structures that provided social belonging otherwise unavailable to individuals excluded from conventional respectability. The creative satisfaction of performance itself clearly motivated many despite the associated risks. The mime performer's art required substantial skill developed through years of training and practice. Physical techniques including precise gesture, facial control, acrobatics and dance combined with improvisational storytelling and character development to create a complex art form. This creative dimension, the opportunity to develop and display specialized skills before appreciative audiences, provided psychological rewards rarely available to lower-class individuals in other occupations. The audience relationship represented another complex element of the mime performer's experience. While elite writers consistently portrayed mime audiences as undiscriminating masses seeking only vulgar entertainment, the actual dynamics were considerably more nuanced. Successful performers developed sophisticated techniques for reading crowd reactions, adapting content to specific audience compositions, and navigating the different expectations of varied performance contexts. This relationship between performers and audience created both vulnerability and power. While performers depended entirely on audience approval for their livelihood, skilled performers also wielded significant influence over crowd emotions and perceptions. This capacity to shape public sentiment, even temporarily and within constrained contexts, helps explain why authorities periodically viewed mime with suspicion despite its apparently frivolous content. The mime's engagement with controversial content, particularly sexuality and political satire, generated much of this official concern. Unlike more respectable theatrical forms that addressed social issues through mythological distance and poetic indirection, mime directly portrayed contemporary situations using recognizable character types and explicit language. This immediacy created unique entertainment value but also heightened risks for performers navigating ever-shifting boundaries of acceptable expression. Sexual content featured prominently in many mime performances, with scenarios frequently revolving around adultery, marital deception, and various forms of sexual misadventure. Physical performances sometimes included partial nudity or suggestive movements that contrasted sharply with the dignified restraint valued in respectable Roman behavior. While audiences clearly appreciated this content, as evidenced by mime's consistent popularity, it simultaneously reinforced the perception of performers as morally compromised. The mime's approach to sexuality was particularly significant in a society where public discourse about intimate matters remained highly regulated. By addressing sexual topics openly, if through humorous exaggeration, mime performances created rare spaces where social hypocrisies surrounding sexuality could be acknowledged. This function helps explain both the persistent popularity of sexual content in mime and the equally persistent discomfort it generated among social and religious authorities. Political content, while less explicit than sexual material, represented an even greater risk for performers. Direct criticism of current authorities invited immediate suppression, yet audiences clearly appreciated political commentary that addressed current events and recognizable public figures. Skilled mime performers developed sophisticated techniques for incorporating political material while maintaining sufficient ambiguity to avoid direct censorship. These techniques included the use of historical analogies, commenting on past events with obvious parallels to current situations, double entendre, phrases with innocent surface meanings but recognizable secondary implications, and physical mimicry subtle enough to be recognized by knowledgeable audiences while remaining deniable if questioned. Such methods allowed performers to satisfy audience desire for topical commentary while minimizing, though never eliminating, personal risk. The danger level of political content fluctuated dramatically depending on the temperament of current rulers and the broader political climate. Some emperors, including Augustus and Marcus Aurelius, generally tolerated considerable satire, viewing it as a relatively harmless release valve for public sentiment. Others, particularly Nero and Domitian, responded harshly to perceived slights, creating periods of extreme risk for performers. This inconsistency itself generated additional stress, as performers could never be entirely certain how previously acceptable material might be received under changing circumstances. Religious content presented different but equally significant challenges. Early Roman mime often incorporated religious elements derived from its origins in fertility rituals, including phallic imagery and representations of deities in compromising situations. As Roman religious sensibilities evolved, particularly with the rise of mystery religions and eventually Christianity, such content generated increasing controversy and risk. Christian authorities proved particularly hostile to mime performances, condemning them on multiple grounds, including their pagan associations, sexual content, and general frivolity deemed incompatible with religious seriousness. Church fathers, including Tertullian and Augustine, wrote extensively against theatrical performances, with mime receiving particular condemnation for its explicit content and absence of redeeming literary merit. As Christianity gained political influence, these religious objections increasingly translated into practical restrictions on performance opportunities. Faced with this religious opposition, mime demonstrated remarkable adaptability. By the late Empire, some mime performances incorporated Christian elements alongside traditional content, including biblical scenarios adapted to the mime format. This syncretism, while condemned by religious purists, helped the art form survive. During transitional periods, when traditional performance contexts disappeared, the persistence of mime elements in medieval religious drama suggests this adaptation proved partially successful, allowing certain performance techniques to continue under new cultural frameworks. Throughout these various challenges, physical, economic, legal, political, and religious, mime performers developed sophisticated survival strategies. Versatility represented a key approach, with successful performers mastering multiple performance styles to accommodate different venues and audience preferences. This adaptability allowed pivoting between street performance, private entertainment, at elite banquets, festival appearances, and theatrical presentations as circumstances required. Network building provided another crucial strategy. Despite their marginal status, certain mime performers cultivated relationships with influential patrons who could provide protection during periods of suppression or financial support during performance bans. These patron-client relationships, while inherently unequal, offered valuable security in an otherwise deeply precarious profession. Geographical mobility served as both necessity and strategy. When local conditions became hostile, whether due to political changes, religious persecution, or simply saturated entertainment markets, performers typically relocated to more favorable environments. This constant movement created logistical challenges but also spread performance techniques across the empire, contributing to the remarkable consistency of mime traditions across diverse regions. Organization into performance troupes provided both practical and protective advantages. Traveling as groups improved physical security on dangerous roads, allowed specialization of performance skills within complementary ensembles, and created economies of scale in managing equipment and logistics. These troupes typically developed distinctive performance styles that became recognizable brands, helping establish reputation in new locations. For performers fortunate enough to achieve noteworthy success, diversification into writing, teaching, or production offered pathways to reduced physical risk while remaining within their area of expertise. The career of Publilius Cyrus exemplifies this trajectory, with his transition from performance to writing allowing continued influence while minimizing the vulnerabilities associated with public appearance. Despite these various strategies, mime remained inherently dangerous throughout the Roman period. The combination of physical risks, social marginalization, economic instability, legal vulnerability, and political hazards created an existence poised perpetually on the edge of disaster. That individuals nevertheless continued to enter and remain in the profession over generations suggests both the limited options available to many in Roman society and the powerful compensatory aspects of performance that historical records, typically written by cultural elites, largely overlooked. As the Western Roman Empire declined during the 5th century CE, mime faced transformative challenges. Traditional performance venues disappeared as urban populations decreased and municipal funding for entertainment evaporated. The rising influence of Christianity created increasingly hostile religious environments for traditional performance types. Political fragmentation eliminated imperial patronage networks that had previously sustained higher-level performers. Yet mime did not simply disappear. Elements of its performance techniques, character types, and scenarios persisted in various forms throughout the early medieval period. Traveling entertainers continued to incorporate mime elements in performances at rural festivals and aristocratic courts. Religious authorities occasionally adopted mime techniques for didactic purposes in early religious drama, despite official condemnation of the mime tradition itself. This persistence through adaptation reflects the remarkable resilience of performance traditions even across major historical transitions. The skills, knowledge, and techniques developed by mime performers over centuries proved sufficiently valuable to survive, albeit in transformed contexts, beyond the political and social structures that had originally sustained them. As we contemplate the dangerous world navigated by Roman mime performers, questions emerge about the relationship between artistic expression and social constraint across different historical contexts. How do entertainers balance audience desires against official restrictions? What techniques allow creative expression to persist even in hostile environments? And what can these historical experiences tell us about the broader relationship between performance and power? The mime performer standing in a Roman marketplace, calibrating exactly how far to push political satire without triggering punishment, faced dilemmas not entirely unlike those navigated by comedians, satirists, and performers in various modern contexts. The specific dangers have changed, but the fundamental tension between entertainment, truth-telling, and self-preservation remains remarkably consistent across vastly different historical circumstances. As the 5th century CE progressed, Vitalis the mime performer faced challenges his predecessors could hardly have imagined. The grand theatres of Rome, where mime had once flourished, now stood damaged and neglected, casualties of urban decline and shifting civic priorities. Imperial patronage, which had provided crucial support for theatrical productions despite official moral disapproval, had collapsed along with central authority. Most significantly, the cultural landscape had transformed dramatically as Christianity emerged from persecuted minority to dominant religious and social force. Vitalis, now in his 40s, had learned his craft during mime's final flourishing, in the late 4th century. His professional lineage traced back through several generations of performers to the golden age of Roman mime. The techniques, character types, and performance structures he employed had evolved over centuries, refined through countless performances across the empire. Now, these traditional practices faced extinction as their cultural context disappeared around them. This scenario, while fictionalized, represents the reality confronting mime performers during Rome's twilight years. The transition from ancient to medieval performance cultures remains one of the most significant yet poorly documented shifts in theatre history. Traditional narratives often suggest a simple story of Christian suppression eliminating pagan theatrical traditions, but the actual process involved complex adaptations, persistent underground practices, and surprising continuities amid undeniable disruption. The structural challenges facing late Roman mime were formidable. The economic system that had sustained professional performance relied on municipal funding, wealthy patron sponsorship, and reliable urban audiences, all dramatically reduced by the political and demographic transformations of the period. Cities throughout the Western Empire experienced significant population decline, with Rome itself reduced from perhaps 1 million inhabitants in its 2nd century prime to as few as 200,000 by the late 5th century. This urban contraction eliminated both audience base and financial support for regular theatrical productions. Physical infrastructure deteriorated correspondingly. Many theatres damaged during Germanic incursions remained unrepaired due to depleted municipal treasuries. Others were deliberately repurposed for housing, storage, or defensive structures, as pragmatic needs took precedence over entertainment. By 500 CE, most purpose-built performance spaces in Western territories had been abandoned or converted to other uses, eliminating the primary venues where professional mime had flourished. Political fragmentation created additional challenges. The unified imperial administration that had maintained consistent regulations and patronage networks across vast territories disintegrated into numerous smaller polities with varying attitudes toward performance traditions. This fragmentation made the itinerant performer's life increasingly hazardous, with travel between regions becoming more dangerous and unpredictable. Jurisdictional changes creating legal uncertainties for those already vulnerable due to their marginal social status. However, the most consequential transformation came through the Christianization of Roman society and governance. Early Christian authorities had consistently condemned theatrical performances, with mime receiving particular opprobrium due to its sexual content, mockery of religious figures, and general moral looseness. As Christianity gained political influence, especially after Constantine's conversion in the early 4th century, these religious objections increasingly translated into practical restrictions. a series of church councils issued canons against attending theatrical performances with particularly severe penalties for clergy who participated in or viewed such entertainments. Civil legislation gradually aligned with ecclesiastical attitudes, leading to restrictions on performance days, particularly eliminating performances on Christian holy days, content limitations, and eventually outright bans in some jurisdictions. By the reign of Justinian in the 6th century, legislation specifically targeted mime performers among those whose activities required strict regulation. Faced with this increasingly hostile environment, mime performers developed various survival strategies. Some attempted to adapt traditional performance content to accommodate Christian sensibilities, creating hybrid forms that maintained mime techniques while eliminating the most objectionable content. Archaeological evidence from late antique contexts occasionally reveals mime masks and performance paraphernalia alongside Christian symbols, suggesting some performers attempted to navigate both traditional entertainment values and new religious requirements. Other performers relocated to more receptive environments, particularly the Eastern Empire, where urban traditions and imperial patronage persisted longer. Constantinople maintained active theatrical life well into the 6th century, providing opportunities for performers displaced from Western territories. Evidence suggests some Western mime troupes deliberately migrated eastward following political disruptions, transplanting their traditions to more stable contexts where they could continue practicing their art. A significant number apparently shifted toward increasingly rural performance contexts. As urban centers declined, periodic rural gatherings, markets, religious festivals, and aristocratic court events provided alternative performance opportunities. These contexts required adaptation in both content and presentation style, with performers developing shorter, more portable acts suitable for temporary settings without permanent theatrical infrastructure. This rural transition had profound implications for mime as an art form. Without purpose-built acoustical spaces, subtle verbal humor became less effective, shifting emphasis toward more exaggerated physical comedy. Performances needed to appeal immediately to audiences without established theatrical conventions, favoring broader character types and more universally accessible humor. The sophisticated political satire that had characterized urban mime became increasingly impractical in contexts where audiences lacked shared references to current events and political figures. Despite these challenges, evidence confirms mime elements persisted well beyond the conventional end of antiquity. Byzantine sources continue to mention mime performances into the 7th century, though with increasingly moralistic disapproval. In Western territories, church prohibitions against specific mime practices throughout the early medieval period suggest these activities continued despite official condemnation. Prohibitions generally target ongoing practices rather than purely historical concerns. The question of transmission mechanisms, how mime techniques and traditions passed from late antiquity into medieval performance cultures, remains incompletely understood. Without formal institutional structures like the theatrical guilds of later periods, mime knowledge likely transferred primarily through direct apprenticeship, with established performers teaching younger generations through practical demonstration, rather than written instruction. This oral and practical transmission leaves minimal documentary evidence, but can maintain remarkable continuity in physical techniques and performance approaches across generations. Family structures provided one
likely transmission pathway.
Historical sources throughout the Roman period mention performance families where multiple generations practiced the same art. Children born into these families learned performance skills from earliest childhood, absorbing techniques through observation and guided practice long before formal training began. Even as traditional performance contexts disappeared, these family units could preserve and transmit specialized knowledge while adapting to new environmental conditions. Certain aristocratic households may have provided another preservation context. Despite Christian prohibitions, some noble families maintained private entertainers as part of their household establishments well into the medieval period. These protected environments allowed performance techniques to continue evolving while sheltered from the most severe religious restrictions that affected public entertainment. When political conditions stabilized sufficiently for public performances to resume in new forms, these household traditions could re-enter broader circulation. Monasteries present a particularly interesting and paradoxical transmission possibility. While officially opposed to theatrical traditions, religious institutions preserved numerous classical texts that included descriptions of performance practices. Additionally, certain religious instructional methods incorporated techniques strikingly similar to mime practices, particularly in teaching Bible stories to illiterate populations. This pedagogical adaptation may have preserved elements of mime technique, even as the explicit tradition was officially rejected. The clearest evidence for mime's persistent influence emerges in early medieval entertainment forms documented from the 8th century onward. Travelling performers variously described as joculatores, scurae, or mimi in Latin sources displayed skills directly descended from Roman mime traditions, physical comedy, character types, improvised scenarios, and music and dance integrated with comical storytelling. While adapted to new cultural contexts and stripped of explicitly pagan content, these performances maintained core elements of the ancient mime tradition. Perhaps most significantly, when more formalized theatrical traditions re-emerged in the later medieval period, they displayed unmistakable mime influences. The character types of commedia dell'arte, including the boastful captain, clever servant, and foolish old man, directly parallel stock characters documented in Roman mime. Performance techniques, including lazzi, comic routines, and improvisation based on scenario rather than fixed text, similarly echo ancient mime practices, suggesting underlying continuity despite the apparent historical gap in theatrical tradition. This persistence through transformation reflects a fundamental reality about performance knowledge. Physical techniques, character archetypes, and effective comedic structures represent valuable cultural tools that practitioners typically adapt rather than abandon entirely when circumstances change. While the institutional and social contexts of Roman mime disappeared, the practical performance knowledge developed over centuries proved sufficiently useful to survive, albeit in altered forms, across the divide between ancient and medieval worlds. For individual performers during this transitional period, these broad historical patterns translated into difficult personal choices and experiences. Without stable performance contexts or established career pathways, practitioners faced constant uncertainty requiring significant adaptability. The limited sources that mention specific performers from this era typically highlight exceptional cases, individuals who achieved unusual prominence or committed particularly shocking transgressions, leaving the experiences of typical practitioners largely undocumented. One partial exception comes through hagiographic literature, saints' lives, which occasionally mentions encounters between ascetic, holy figures and traveling entertainers. These accounts, while heavily moralized and structured according to conversion narrative conventions, nevertheless provide glimpses of performer experiences during this transitional period. Several saints' lives describe performers abandoning their profession following religious conversion, suggesting ongoing moral tensions surrounding entertainment practices. The 6th century Life of Pelagia provides a particularly detailed example, describing a famous mime actress in Antioch who converts to Christianity, renounces her performance career, and eventually becomes a respected ascetic. While the narrative emphasizes moral transformation rather than performance practices, it incidentally confirms the continued existence of professional mime performance in 6th century Antioch, including female performers who could achieve significant wealth and celebrity through their careers. Similarly, the life of Saint Genesius, supposedly a mime performer martyred under Diocletian after converting during a performance mocking Christian rituals, gained popularity during this transitional period. Whether historical or legendary, the Genesius narrative offered a conceptual bridge between Christian values and performance traditions, suggesting possibilities for reconciliation between previously opposed cultural practices. These reconciliation attempts accelerated during the Carolingian period, 8th and 9th centuries, when court entertainment began receiving more formal organization under imperial patronage. Charlemagne and his successors employed performers, described in contemporary sources using terminology directly connected to mime traditions. Court records mention payment to individuals described as mimi or scure, indicating official recognition of entertainment roles descended from ancient practices, though now adapted to Christian medieval contexts. By the 10th century, these entertainment traditions had developed sufficiently to support specialized traveling performers appearing at courts, markets, and religious festivals throughout Europe. Their performances combined elements clearly descended from Roman mime, character types, physical comedy, improvised scenarios, with new features reflecting changed cultural contexts, including instrumental music, juggling, and rudimentary animal training. These medieval entertainers faced dangers with remarkable parallels to those navigated by their ancient predecessors. Social marginalization remained a constant, with church authorities periodically renewing condemnations of theatrical practices despite their transformation. Economic precarity continued, with performers depending entirely on audience generosity or patrician patronage without institutional support. Physical risks persisted through travel dangers, performance accidents, and vulnerability to violence due to low social status. Legal disadvantages similarly continued, with medieval entertainers, frequently classified among disreputable professions with limited legal protections. 13th century legal codes from various European regions specifically list performers among those whose testimony carried reduced weight in legal proceedings, directly paralleling the infamia designations that had disadvantaged Roman performers 1,000 years earlier. This remarkable continuity in legal vulnerability suggests persistent structural similarities in how societies viewed entertainment professions across dramatic historical transitions. Perhaps most striking is the continuity in religious tension surrounding performance practices. Throughout the early and high medieval periods, church authorities periodically issued condemnations of specific performance practices, with language strikingly similar to patristic criticisms of ancient mime. 11th and 12th century penitentials, manuals for confessors, typically list attending performances among sins requiring penance, particularly for clergy. This persistent religious disapproval, spanning centuries despite massive cultural transformations, demonstrates how deeply entertainment practices challenged certain theological perspectives across vastly different historical contexts. Yet despite these continuing challenges, performance traditions not only survived but eventually flourished in new forms. By the high medieval period, 11th through 13th centuries, specialized entertainers had developed identifiable professional categories including jongleurs, troubadours, minstrels, and gleemen, each with distinct performance specialties. While differing significantly from ancient mime in content and context, these traditions preserved core elements of physical comedy, character portrayal, and improvised storytelling that connected them to ancient precedents. More formalized theatrical traditions that emerged in the later medieval period, including mystery plays, miracle plays, and eventually secular farce, similarly incorporated elements with clear connections to mime traditions. The comic interludes in religious cycle dramas, featuring exaggerated characterizations of shepherds, devils, and other rustic figures, employed physical comedy techniques with direct parallels to ancient practice. when fully secular farce emerged. In the 15th century, its emphasis on domestic scenarios, marital complications, and physical humor echoed ancient mime content with remarkable fidelity despite the intervening millennium. This persistent influence achieved formal renaissance when commedia dell'arte emerged in 16th century Italy as a fully professional theatrical tradition. The structural parallels between commedia and ancient mime, stock characters, scenario-based, improvisation, integration of physical comedy with dialogue, and focus on contemporary social situations are sufficiently strong that many theatre historians consider commedia a direct descendant of mime traditions, preserved through oral transmission and practical demonstration across the medieval period. The historical arc from Vitalis, our hypothetical late Roman mime performer, to his 16th century commedia descendants, thus represents not simple extinction and replacement, but complex adaptation and transformation. Performance knowledge developed through centuries of Roman practice proved sufficiently valuable to survive even as its original cultural frameworks collapsed. Techniques, character types, and comedic structures passed from generation to generation through practical transmission, adapting to changed circumstances while maintaining core elements that addressed fundamental human interests in humor, storytelling, and social commentary. This pattern of persistence through adaptation offers broader insights about cultural transmission across historical transitions. While dominant historical narratives often emphasize rupture and replacement, especially across major transitions like the fall of Rome, practical cultural knowledge frequently demonstrates remarkable continuity through oral transmission and embodied practice. Performance techniques, craft knowledge, agricultural methods, and other practical skills often survive dramatic political and religious transformations precisely because their utility transcends specific cultural frameworks. For Roman mime performers navigating their dangerous profession, this long historical perspective would have been unavailable. They experienced the immediate dangers of their occupation, physical risks, social marginalization, economic precarity, and vulnerability to changing political winds, without knowledge of how their performance traditions would eventually transform and persist. Their daily reality consisted of calculating immediate risks, developing survival strategies for present challenges, and preserving their craft knowledge for the next generation without guarantees of its long-term viability. Yet their success in navigating these dangers, evidenced by mime's remarkable persistence across centuries despite continuous opposition, testifies to the resilience of performance traditions and practitioners' adaptive capacities. The mime performer's art, developed through generations of practice in the specific context of Roman entertainment culture, contained sufficiently universal elements to remain viable even as that original context disappeared completely. This resilience raises important questions about the relationship between performance, social control, and cultural persistence. Throughout mime's history, from its height during the Roman Empire through its transformation in the medieval period to its renaissance in commedia dell'arte, authorities consistently attempted to regulate, restrict, or eliminate performance, practices they deemed threatening to moral or political order. Yet these efforts, backed by considerable religious and political power, ultimately failed to eradicate traditions that addressed fundamental human desires for entertainment, social commentary, and communal experience. Perhaps the most significant lesson from mime's dangerous history lies in this tension between institutional power and creative persistence. The mime performer's seemingly frivolous art, dismissed by elites, condemned by religious authorities, and marginalized in official histories, nevertheless proved remarkably durable precisely because it connected to audiences' fundamental human experiences in ways that transcended specific cultural frameworks. The jokes, character types, and physical comedy that entertained Roman audiences retained their appeal even as the empire itself dissolved into history. For the individuals who practiced this dangerous profession across generations, facing social scorn, physical hazards, economic uncertainty, and periodic persecution, this durability represents a form of vindication invisible during their own lifetimes. While individual performers like Vitalis disappeared into historical obscurity, the performance knowledge they preserved and transmitted maintained remarkable continuity across centuries of dramatic cultural transformation. In that continuity lies perhaps the most significant insight about performance across historical transitions. Entertainment that genuinely connects with human experience demonstrates remarkable resilience precisely because it addresses needs and interests that transcend specific cultural frameworks. The mime performer's art, despite its apparent frivolity, tackled fundamental human concerns: social relationships, power dynamics, sexual tensions, everyday misunderstandings, through humor and exaggeration. This universal relevance ensured that even as specific performance contexts disappeared, the core techniques and approaches would find new expression in changed cultural environments. As we contemplate the dangerous world navigated by Roman mime performers, we might consider how their experiences illuminate broader patterns in the relationship between entertainment, authority, and social change. The persistent tension between performers' creative expression and authorities' regulatory impulses, the economic precarity that accompanied cultural work outside mainstream respectability, and the remarkable durability of performance knowledge. Despite institutional opposition, all these patterns recur across vastly different historical contexts. The mime performer standing in a late Roman marketplace, calculating exact boundaries of acceptable expression under changing religious and political conditions, faced dilemmas not entirely unlike those navigated by entertainers in various modern contexts. While specific dangers have transformed dramatically, the fundamental tensions between creative expression, audience desires, and institutional regulation remain remarkably consistent across centuries of historical change. In that historical continuity, we find both caution and encouragement. Caution in recognizing how consistently entertainers have faced marginalization and risk when their performances challenge dominant values, and encouragement in observing how persistently creative expression resurfaces despite repeated attempts at suppression. The Roman mime's journey from empire to obscurity and eventually to Renaissance in new forms suggests that performance addressing genuine human experiences maintains remarkable resilience across even the most dramatic historical transitions, i.e., testament to both the vulnerability and the ultimate durability of creative expression across human history.